to our current concern in Gorontalo province. Okay, we shall begin the second day.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning,
Waalaikumsalam.
ladies and gentlemen. Salam gizi.
Sehat selalu makanan.
The Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, Mr. Muhammad Anas Anasiru, SKM MKes.
The Honorable Vice Director of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo.
The Honorable Professor Suimol Sapuarobol, DR PhD from Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand.
The Honorable Paramita Banerjee, BSc, MSc, PhD from ICHN, National Institute of Nutrition, India.
The Honorable Dr. Raman Preet from Umeå University, Sweden.
The Honorable Patricia Ellis, PhD, RD, LDN from Virginia State University, USA.
The Honorable Yudi Adrianto, SGZ, SE, MKM, AIFO from RSUPN Dr. Cipto Mangunkusumo, Indonesia.
The Honorable Dr. Raman Anang Samudra Tolua, MPVM from Health Department of Gorontalo Province, Indonesia.
The Honorable Sofiawati De Talibo, SKM MKes from Nutrition Major of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic.
And my honorable presenters and all participants of international conference today.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Gorontalo, Indonesia, on this lovely morning, we would like to welcome all delegates in the second day agendas of
The
Second International
Conference
Conference
of Health and Nutrition 2023.
It's being a great honor for me, Eka,
And Fadil,
to be here and welcome each and every one of you in this conference.
Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for you coming on the Second International Conference of Health and Nutrition 2023. Today, we will hold a discussion with three keynote speakers. The first, Patricia Ellis, PhD, RD, LDN from Virginia State University, USA. And the second is Mr. Yudi Ardianto, SGZ, SE, MKM, AIFO from RSUPN, Dr. Cipto Mangunkusumo, Indonesia. And the third is Mrs. Sofiati De Talibo, SKM MKes from Nutrition Major of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now please help me welcome our keynote speaker, Mrs. Patricia Elins, PhD, RD, LDN from Virginia State University, USA. The keynote speech will be moderated by Mr. Muhammad Arif Ismail, MAT Sol. For Mr. Muhammad Arif Ismail, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. Welcome back to the Second International Conference on Health and Nutrition 2023. My name's Arif, and I'm your moderator for this plenary session. Just before we get into the presentation, allow me to briefly introduce you to our first speaker today. Dr. Patricia Lynch is an associate professor and director of the didactic program in dietetics at the Virginia State University. She works collaboratively in multidisciplinary research, outreach, and educational environments, focusing on nutrition and health disparities in underserved populations. Dr. Lynch completed her doctorate in nutrition from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Her research and outreach efforts focus on community nutrition interventions to alleviate health disparities. She completed her master's study in food and nutritional science from North Carolina A&T State University in Greensboro, where her research involved food quality assurance. Dr. Lynch is an educator and practitioner who understands the value of nutrition policy in the community, school setting, university, and local and state government. Internationally, she has been an invited speaker for the International Conference on Midwifery and Health Sciences in Gorontalo, Indonesia, and Noble Woman Annual Legislative Conference in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Dr. Lynch also contributes in establishing guidelines for policies and funding towards malnutrition and HBCU programs in nutrition and dietetics. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Patricia Lynch to deliver her presentation about non-communicable diseases prevention by managing balanced diet. Over to you, Dr. Lynch.
Thank you. And thank you so much for inviting me. Let me get my screen here. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, very clear. The screen is now
Good.
appearing.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to talk a little bit today about the prevention of non-communicable disease by managing it with a balanced diet. So I want to be able to identify the component source of a balanced diet, then recognize that they have on non-communicable diseases, and then show some statistics of American population related to specific NCDs, and then discuss some risk factors and look at recommendations worldwide that may be coming from WHO, that's in different places. And I also want to talk a little bit about what can we do as a community to prevent some of these non. Okay, so when we start talking about a balanced diet, what are we talking about? We're talking about the basic 6 nutrients that are in all the food that we eat. So we're looking at water, carbs, fat, proteins, vitamins, and minerals. And of course, the general public may not always know these are, what they mean, how much of those things they should be eating or drinking. So I want to talk a little bit about how do we come to recognize what's needed for the body. So the first thing, in terms of water, we all know how significant water is in terms of consumption. Talked about fluid and electrolyte balance. We talk about acid-base balance and maintaining the structure of macronutrients. Also look at metabolism when we start talking about water, and then how it regulates body temperature and how it lubricates our joints. Yeah. And it's used as a solvent. And the same thing with carbohydrates. Carbohydrates is one of our body's greatest source of energy. But the important thing is carbohydrates in fruit, vegetables, and whole grains, they don't just contain fiber and starches and sugar. They also contain some other things in those foods, vitamins and minerals, phytochemicals, and all of them are necessary to protect us against. And fats and lipids, even though we don't think too much about those, they provide essential nutrients. They're also provided with energy. So some of the major sources of fat, American diet, which is sort of under controversy, that we have so much processed foods, especially processed meat, and those foods like pizzas and hamburgers and processed fatty meats. So some of those sources of fat come from a lot of different places, and sometimes individuals, in terms of counseling, they may not necessarily know there's a difference between the harmful fats and the healthy one. So I have here some of those that show some difference. So a lot of our processes are on the left, and we also have some dairy products that are whole fat products. And then on the right, the healthier fat. Those are plant. Looking at some healthy oils, fatty fish, excellent, and different oils of seed. And protein, just as the other, serves a function. Uh, um, so I'm getting some interest.
Tidak tahu. Iya, Tita Henny.
Okay, so and when we look at protein as part of a balanced diet, we think about all those functions that proteins do, particularly in those diseases that are non-communicable. We want our tissues to be replaced, repaired, and muscle and collagen and skin to be in good condition. We want the enzymes to work. We want to make sure we have good fluid regulation, and make sure that the transporters, which are protein-based, are doing their jobs for the other nutrients. We will make sure that the antibodies are working in the body to make sure that we don't stay sick, when we do get sick. They are also sources of energy through gluconeogenesis. We want to make sure that we don't have issues with clotting and wound healing. So some of the non-communicable diseases that are pretty prevalent, particularly here in the United States, and I've got obesity at the top, and cardiovascular disease, cancer, and diabetes, and then chronic respiratory disease, kidney disease, and musculoskeletal disease. But I only want to talk about a few of those today. Overweight and obesity, a little bit of stats about that. In the United States, about 74% of adults are overweight or obese. 74% is a big number when you're looking at your population. Adults between the ages of 49 to 50, they have the highest rate of obesity of any group. About 40% of the children and adolescents are overweight or obese. And this little chart here shows that over the past 63 years or so, we are showing an increase in body weight over time, not just for one gender, but both men and women. The pattern is similar. So there have been quite a few things that are responsible, let's say, for that, or maybe factors over the period of time that we're looking at. So one of those factors may be sedentary lifestyle. I think are progressively becoming more and more sedentary. We are exercising less. We go to work and we park at the back door to go to our jobs. It's not like we walk long places anymore. There's also a high energy intake. Instead of having good, dense food, nutritively dense food, we have a lot of food that's high in calories. We also serve large portions, particularly in restaurants. I think a lot of the restaurants compete, and one of the things they do is, if I want to serve more customers, I may serve you larger portions here than at another restaurant. We also have intakes of beer and alcohol, which produces overweight and obesity. We have a high intake of sugar-sweetened beverages, soft drink, and fruit juice drink or beverage juices that are not true juices, but they're fruit beverages. And there is heavy marketing in the U.S. on energy-dense foods. Turn the television on, you see signs every place for those foods. And we have many fast food outlets. So every corner there's fast food. So most people are not, as in the old days, cooking at home. Many of them are looking for convenience food. So they're usually doing fast food runs or buying packaged products. So some of the recommendations to prevent obesity, and some of this, as I added earlier, comes from the World Health Organization as well. So one of the things is to promote exclusive breastfeeding. We know that when children are breastfed, they are healthier, they are less obese than other kids that are used formulations. We also suggest avoiding the use of added sugar and starches in feeding formulas for children because it increases the amount of calories that the children are taking. And also, parents like to feed children a certain amount of product. And sometimes babies, they have sense enough to know when they're full. They have their intuitive, they have guidance in their own body to let them know when they're full. It's just like us, we should be self-regulators. But then parents tend to continue to feed babies, even when they are showing that I'm full and pushing the bottle away or whatever. So we want parents to be a little bit more intuitive to what their children are saying. We want to promote a higher intake of fruits and vegetables. We also want to limit the amount of television that children are watching. Most children that watch a lot of television, the video games, they tend to be higher in weight. We also promote moderate intensity physical activity every day. Of course, from what we're seeing, it's not happening, but it's a recommendation. And we also want to restrict the intake of packaged foods, especially foods that are sweet or salty. So, and a little bit of guidance on reducing the caloric intake, involved making some recommendations out in the communities or at the places where we find some of the consumers, is to use less table salt or table sugar on foods such as breakfast cereals or pancakes or beverages, like coffee drinks or whatever. Drink fewer regular carbonated beverages and sports beverages and beverages that have a lot of sugar. Select fruit for dessert instead of cakes and cookies and ice cream, but just make sure that they are packed in either water or fruit juice or natural fruit juice. And instead of using sugar to enhance the flavor of foods, use spices such as cinnamon, allspice, and ginger, and those kind of things. And then use different types of extracts such as vanilla, orange, or lemon. And then we want to encourage people to read the food facts, the nutrition facts label on food, so that they'll know how much sugar that's in the food, and hopefully they will consume less. In terms of cardiovascular disease, in the U.S., heart disease is a leading cause of death, as it is around the world. About 45% of adults have hypertension. 75% of those are older than 60 years old, and 40 to 59-year-old people, 55% of them have hypertension. And then we have adolescents that are showing signs and symptoms of hypertension, about 4%. And 11% of the adults have high cholesterol, and more women than men. And we have children now with high cholesterol, 7% of our children. And some of the risk factors for cardiovascular disease is any sign of coronary artery disease or hypertension, being overweight, high sodium intake of trans fatty acid, LDL, high LDLs and high total cholesterol, and high alcohol consumption. So some of the recommendations for preventing cardiovascular disease would be to have a daily intake of fresh fruits and vegetables, including berries and green leafy cruciferous vegetables and legumes, limiting the amount of salt, adequate dietary potassium that we find in the fruit and vegetable intake, which we don't have. Adequate intake of fiber as well, that's achieved throughout plant-based foods, fruits and vegetables. And then regular consumption of fish, either 1 or 2 servings of fish a week. Regular physical activity, low to moderate intake of alcohol, if you drink alcohol. We don't encourage alcohol. For those people that do, we try to limit the amount of servings that they have. Diabetes. Almost 11% of Americans have either 1 or type 2 diabetes. 35% of Americans have prediabetes. They don't even know that they have prediabetes. And 90% of adults with diabetes, 90% are overweight or obese. So that's an area that we for sure know that that's a problem. So about 210,000 children and adolescents have diabetes, and 6 to 9% of pregnant women develop gestational diabetes. And I think we talked a little bit about that at the midwifery conference. About 10% of the women have gestational. So, what are some of those risk factors? High consumption of sugar sweetened beverages, and we're talking about type 2. Which includes those soft drink beverages full of sugar, sucrose, and high fructose corn syrup. It is associated with development of diabetes type 2. So risk factors for diabetes include overweight and obesity, abdominal obesity, physical inactivity, maternal diabetes, saturated fat intake, trans fat, and excess alcohol. So the recommendations to prevent diabetes at this time is really because 90% of the diabetics have obesity or overweight. So one of the preventions is to try to treat overweight and obesity, maintaining an optimal BMI. And we're looking at weight reduction in overweight individuals and in individuals with impaired glucose tolerances. And then practice some kind of endurance activity or physical activity at least 1 hour most days, ensuring that saturated fat intake is less than 10% of your total energy, and increase the non-starch polysaccharides in the diet. Also, individuals diagnosed with prediabetes should be counseled about effective diabetes prevention strategies. They don't have diabetes yet, but they have prediabetes. So one of the things to do is consulting about eating a balanced diet and then increasing the physical activity. Whole grains and dietary fibers are associated with reduced numbers in diabetes. Increased intake of whole grain containing foods improves insulin sensitivity, independent of body weight, and it also increases dietary fiber has been associated with improved insulin sensitivity and improved ability to secrete insulin adequately to overcome insulin resistance. So cancer is also a pretty prevalent disease in the U.S. and the colorectal cancer in men and breast cancer in women are among the most common types of cancer in the U.S. About 250,000 women will be diagnosed each year with breast cancer. More than 1.3 million people are living with colorectal cancer and may not even know that they have it. The incidence of mortality rates are highest among those that are 65 years and older. So the causes of cancer, for the most part, is tobacco, but we focus on diet and alcohol and physical inactivity, and also some hormonal and radiation issues. So the dietary factors for cancer account for about 30% of cancers in industrialized countries, and then 20% in developing countries. The body weight itself accounts for 20% of most common cancers. So physical activity accounts for about 33%. So we're looking at a large percentage of the prevalence being based on things that we actually have some control of. And we don't need to lose people if we can figure out, how to change some behaviors. So cancer risk factors, so I'm going to look at them sort of separately. So for the oral cavity, pharynx, and esophagus, we're looking at alcohol and tobacco, micronutrient deficiency, or consuming high temperature beverages and foods. And then for children, salted fish, particularly among the early childhood ages. And then the stomach cancer is a high intake of preserved salted foods like meats and pickles. Colorectal, overweight, inactivity, and the westernized diet of that high fat and meat, red meat diet. The liver, most of the liver cancers are due to aflatoxin or mycotoxin related to food. Actually, hepatitis and some other issues are also issues with liver cancer. But in terms of food, we're talking about alcohol consumption, excessive. Pancreas, overweight and obesity again, and then high intakes of meat. And then lung cancer is tobacco smoke. Breast cancer is obesity and alcohol consumption. Endometrial is obesity again and high intake of saturated fat or total fat. And prostate is the Western diet where we have high red meats, dairy products, and a lot of animal fat. So the recommendations on preventing these types of cancers is the number one thing is to maintain a healthy weight, between a BMI of 18.5 and 24.9. Maintain regular physical activity on most days, 60 minutes or so. If you drink, do not exceed one beverage for women and two for men per day. Moderate fermented salted fish consumption should be moderated if they're being served to children. Minimize exposure to aflatoxin in foods such as grain products or nuts or something like that. Include diets that are rich in fruits and vegetables. We can't emphasize that enough. A lot of fruits and vegetables. Moderate the intake of processed meats such as sausage, bacon, and ham. And don't consume food and beverages at a scalding temperature. So now I want to talk a little bit about a call to action for the society. What can we do as a society or group of concerned people, about ourselves or our families or our relatives or peers? What can we do to alleviate some of these non-communicable diseases? We know, first of all, that the non-modifiable ones, the age, gender, genetics, we don't have control of that. But the things that we do have control of, we have control of nutrition. We have control of alcohol use. and smoking and physical activity. And some of the individuals that this tends to, I guess, target or benefit most are going to be those folks that are at the most risk. We're talking about we're talking about individuals that are either that are vulnerable, which could be children, or they are the elderly. And the elderly, significantly, because they have accumulated a lot of the risk factors over time. You know, it's like, for the example that we talked about with the children and eating a lot of salted fish, then over time this adult has accumulated a lot of these things that will cause them to have continuing issues. And also in elderly, we see a lot of coexisting conditions. You know, if they have one of the diseases, there's probably something else that's going on. And they have a pharmaceutical issue because they're taking so many medications. And they also have a weakened immune system. So in the U.S., we have what we call a every bite counts for our dietary guidelines. So every country do their own guidelines to help the consumers or the citizens to make good choices and to look at those things that are concerning in terms of the country. And so we obviously have real large issues with obesity, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and diabetes. So the guidelines should reflect some of those decisions to change in behaviors. So this guideline talks a little bit about that. It doesn't go into depth here, but it talks about how the country needs to follow a healthy dietary pattern at every life stage, not just for the adults and not just for the teenagers. It's for everybody, the infants, the elderly, or whatever. And then customize and enjoy nutrient-dense foods and beverages that reflect a person's preference, their personal preference, their cultural traditions, and their budgetary considerations. And I think part of this came into play because so much is being done in terms of guidance, but it doesn't reflect the cultural traditions of a lot of the population. So this particular guideline focuses on the fact that what we're saying should include whatever your culture is. There's no reason that we can't have a healthy meal that's part of your culture rather than a healthy meal that may be part of individuals creating the dietary guidelines. So then focus on meeting the food groups, the needs with the nutrient-dense foods and beverages, and then stay within your caloric limits. And then the big one, hopefully this hits most of our areas that we're concerned about, is limiting food and beverages that are high in added sugars, saturated fat, sodium, and alcoholic beverages. So how do we do this with policies in place that's usually governance banning either for the community or for the state or whatever. So one of them, I'm looking at smoking, because smoking, we like to think that it's not so related for food, but it is in many regions because some people actually chew tobacco and some people smoke tobacco still in the U.S. So the smoking cessation programs is one of those programs that we hope will be impactful to those folks that are at risk for lung cancer and any kind of respiratory disease. And we want to make sure that education programs are in place so that they understand what's happening. You know, some people smoke because I did it when I was young, and I never read anything. I never thought about anything because everybody else was doing it, because that was the cool thing to do. We all did it. So, and it's hard to change behaviors in older people if they kind of grown accustomed to doing something. So we have to find some education balance and some way to change that behavior. So the other thing is to come up with different types of bans on smoking in particular areas. And I think there are a lot of places now, and not just in the U.S., but around the world, that you can't smoke in certain areas. And I guess it's supposed to work as a discouragement that if you can't smoke in the restaurant, or you can't smoke in the office, and you can't smoke in the classroom or whatever these other areas are, or not necessarily classroom, but in places like lounges or break rooms in educational systems, then you can't smoke in those places anymore. It should discourage people from smoking. There's also bans on advertising cigarettes, because I think many of those focus on young people. Young people are the ones that are looking at the advertisement and deciding at an early age that they want to start smoking. Also, there's incentive to increase taxes and prices on smoking products. That should desensitize people from purchasing cigarettes if the price is just exorbitant. So in terms of physical activity, so what are we trying to do about that? So media campaigns to increase activities at all age. So if you turn the television on, or if you see these marketing strategies in different places, and they talk about increasing activities, and you see biking racks and a lot of different things that you may not have seen before, but all of it is there to increase activity to reduce, obesity, cancer, and diabetes. So they also want to promote more physical education opportunities. Where can we put physical education, maybe in an after-school program, or even in jobs, creating community opportunities. So state government should offer more free passes to children to places like a state park or something. Right now, I think a lot of the parks you go to, you got to pay. You got to pay to park your car, and you got to pay for entrance. So if state governments offer free passes, people may go to parks. They walk more often, if they don't have to pay. We don't know, but we'll see. Tailor physical activity messages toward the demographic group that it might reflect. We've got more women that are overweight than men, then we want to tailor that message to women in the sector to help them reduce weight. And employers should encourage physical activity, in the workplace. And they should support good physical activity education and promotion. Then promote active transportation and land use policies to support activities. Nutrition. Now, what are we going to do about nutrition? So we want to reduce the saturated fat in food. So, and that's, we at home as citizens, we purchase foods, and we don't seem to have much control of what we're eating anymore. I mean, yeah, I can change about not frying something versus broiling something or something like that, but a lot of this is coming from the corporate world. So we need to have more information or more accountability, I guess, to the industry that makes foods that are packaged. So we want to reduce sodium in food. We want to eliminate trans fat from the diet and from the shelves. We don't want people buying stuff with trans fat in them. We want to increase taxes. There have been discussions on taxes on sugar sweetened beverages. I don't think it's gotten very far, because the sugar sweetened beverages are probably cheaper now than they've ever been. Facilitate lowering added sugar consumption. Marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages. There should be some kind of law enforcement action that prevents marketing of unhealthy stuff. People see stuff being marketed, they make the assumption that it's healthy and nutritious, and they buy it. Develop packaging labels to access nutrition information. So if we had labels and we do have labels, but we want to make sure that people know that they're there, how to read them, and how to access the information. And we want that information to be easily accessible when folks are shopping. And to incentivize fruits and vegetable purchasing, there's money. I mean, we have to spend money to buy junk food, so maybe we should get something back for buying something that's very healthy. So for alcohol, what do we do about policies for alcohol? Create advertising bans on alcohol, certain age. There has to be something to make sure it's limited access. Then create taxes on that product, and then enforce drinking driving ordinances, and make sure that there are intervention type people that have problems with alcohol addiction. So in summary, I would say nutrition education should be expanded to all like school type programs, regardless of the age. All of us eat. And right now, where I am, many of us are either obese or have one of these chronic diseases that comes from what we ate that we didn't know what the food contained. So whether it's in elementary, high school, college, or whether it's a professional education program, we feel that there should be more nutrition education in those programs, even for medical programs. I know we have medical practitioners, occasionally they'll tell me that they may have only taken a nutrition class, a single nutrition class, a long time ago in their practice. So, new students, we want to ensure that nutrition becomes part of their program. I also feel that food is medicine and should be treated as such for intervention. We need to invest in mobile produce markets so that it makes food easier for individuals to access that can't get to the market. Reduce barriers to health, nutritious foods. We don't need to have a barrier for somebody that needs to be getting help when they have other kinds of chronic conditions going on. Also, a strong community program to offer individual physical activity opportunities, not just in their work, but in their play environments too. And I think employers should encourage physical activity in the workplace. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, right. So everyone, that is the presentation from Dr. Patricia Lynch, addressing the non-communicable disease and its relation with a balanced diet. Yeah. Now it's the time for Q&A session. If you have something to ask, feedback, or if you need to clarify something, you may type it on the chat box, or if you want to speak, you may raise your hand. Right. I guess there's a question from student in here, Dr. Lynch, and she requests to speak directly to you. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Miss. I have two questions. Number one is, I'm very interested in colorectal cancer because this is the first time I have heard this term. What I want to ask is, colorectal cancer relates to genetic factor, and can someone with genetic colorectal cancer be more likely to get colorectal cancer? And what about the influence of environmental factors on the increased risk of colorectal cancer? Number two, I want to ask about the smoking ban policy that you have shown on the slide. Is this policy effective in reducing the incidence of smoking in your area? And if it is effective, please provide some examples of what kind of prohibition strategies have been successfully implemented to reduce the number of smokers in the area. Thank you.
Well,
Right.
okay.
Those are very good questions. Do you wanna address the question, these two questions first, or you wanna collect the questions, all the question, and address it later?
I can collect that. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Right. So we go to the next one. Yeah. Okay. Next one.
name is Zara from Nutrition Department of question is what the best approach that can we do to control or preventing cardiovascular disease? Thank you.
Can you repeat that one, please?
What the best approach that can we do to control or preventing cardiovascular disease?
Okay, so it's about the best approach that we can do to control or preventing cardiovascular diseases. And we got another question. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Fitra Mahajani. I'm from Nutrition Department. My question is, the prevalence of diabetes tend to increase. What the causes of the causes? What can we do to control the increment of diabetes? Thank you.
Any more question? I'll just check out the chat. Okay, one more from student. Go ahead.
My name is Sakina. I'm from Department of Nutrition. My question is very interesting. You mentioned about sweet food. What the correlation between sugar intake with the incidence of diabetes? Thank you.
Okay, so the last question I asked about the correlation of sugar intake with the incidence of diabetes. I think those are the questions we have, and we will open again in the second round if there's any more question, and I think that would be best for you to address. So far we've got 4 questions, 4 or 5, yeah. Okay, Dr. Lynch, you want to address the questions?
Okay. So I'll start from the last one. Okay, so in terms of sugar intake, there is a correlation between sugar intake and the incident of type 2 diabetes. So, and that's pretty, there's research to establish that. There's a lot of research that look at the amount of sugar intake and the incidence of diabetes, type 2 diabetes. And when you think about it, individuals that have high concentrations of sugar intake, they tend to be individuals that are also overweight or obese, you know, in some incidences. And so overweight and obese are also risk factors, not just the intake of sugar. And the next question, the prevalence of diabetes control. The prevalence of diabetes, I'm not sure the question, I think was how is it being controlled? Is that?
Okay, the prevalence of diabetes tend to increase. What are the causes? What can we do to control the increment of diabetes?
I think it depends on what type of diabetes it is. And for the most part, type 2 seems to be the one that's sort of out of control. And type 2 is again, one of the risk factors, or the risk factors greatly show intake in terms of saturated sweets and large BMIs or increased BMI level. So I think weight has a lot to do with it, and the amount of sugar in the diet, or the amount of, because if you think of sugar only, obviously sugar impacts impacts diabetes, but also just high calorie diet impacts overweight and obesity, which is a risk factor for diabetes. So you have two things going on, and I think to control, I guess the first thing that I've seen with some of my clients is if I can get them to lose 10% of their body weight, doesn't have to be something real big and real significant. So if they can lose 10% of the body weight, you can start seeing changes in their glucose tolerance. So how would you prevent cardiovascular disease? I think cardiovascular disease is also sort of related, and that's one of the reasons I started talking about obesity, because it touches a lot of other areas. So one of the issues with cardiovascular disease is going to be just with intake of cholesterol or intake of fat. And those types of products. And that means, however, if you're overeating something else, that also becomes problematic because you have to store excess calories, and it's obviously going to be stored as fat at some point. So I think some of the stuff dealing with cardiovascular disease, it is going to be related to intake. And you've got salt that's also a driving force. I know in the U.S., a lot of people that are salt sensitive, they tend to have hypertension, which is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease. So exercise, good exercise program. It doesn't have to be anything big and devastating, but you start out slow, do some exercise, and then you start looking at your food patterns, because you have to change your diet and increase your exercise, and you want to do it slowly, but it's better when it's done together. So that works for me on that one. Smoking. Okay, so the question about smoking was programs that work, I guess.
Yeah.
So for smoking, we have cessation programs. I don't get involved in a lot of smoking activities because it's not really my area. But I do know that, especially for young folks, there are cessation smoking programs either in schools and some places even on jobs. If an employer finds that smoking is an issue for you doing your job or being healthy, then they may refer you to this cessation smoking program, and then you have to show that you are participating. So those type programs work because employees want to keep their jobs a lot of times, and the employer wants them to be healthy. So they kind of force them to go to the programs, and the employees go to the program. And at some point, they begin to smoke less, and the more behavior changes you make, that's what we like to see. If you go down from a pack of cigarettes to a half a pack, that's wonderful. And then from a half a pack to a quarter, there are gradients of changing, but it is a behavior change that people have to be committed to doing. It's not one of the things that happens overnight. It's an addiction. So. Okay, so the colorectal cancer one, what was the question about that one?
Right, two things. Colorectal cancer, does it really associate with genetic matter? And what about the environmental factors influence, the appearance of this disease? So two things, genetic and environmental factors.
So in terms of genetics, I haven't seen so much in terms of colorectal cancer. More, I want to say environmental, and this is another one of those that food plays a role in, and also, activities. Here we go again with weight management. So, and we're looking at foods that are processed. Processed type foods that contain stuff that obviously wind up going through digestion. So
yeah, more likely environmental factors outside.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So just to follow up, if I may, about the smoking issue that you stated that has been the problem of the world, partly.
Yes.
There's some problematic issue also in Indonesia where this is about mindset, smoking
Yes.
mindset inherited by the parents, relatives, saying that, well, either smoking or not smoking, you're gonna die too. The difference is, if you die with smoking, you should be able to enjoy the sensation of smoking, nicotine, all the things contained within. But without that, if you die without smoking, you're gonna die too, but you're gonna miss the sensation of all the chemical things within. What do you think about this? So this is highly problematic in Indonesia. Mindset.
Yeah, and I think we have glorified smoking to the point that it's incentivized for a person to smoke. I mean, it's almost like you get this positive feeling, and on top of it, I think people do less of it now in the U.S., but they felt like people were macho when they smoked. So they made people feel that person is cool. They're smoking. They're macho. So I think that we see less of that now than we did, a decade or so ago. Because it was a big thing. You watch television and different movies. All of the actors had cigarettes in their hand. It's like it was the way to be. But the issue, what people don't see that are mimicking these actors or these folks that they tend to worship, that what they don't see is smoking cigarettes also cause a really bad respiratory disease, either COPD, lung cancer, or some of those other things. And for me, I've had to see people that have lung cancer or some kind of disease that they can't breathe. So how do you justify smoking if you know that you can't breathe and a loved one is trying to take you to the hospital and you may not be able to make it because you're not breathing? And it is a very frightening experience because I've done it. I've seen people, even one of my family members died of lung cancer. And it's very, as a young person, it was very scary trying to get them to the hospital and you weren't sure that they were going to take their next breath. If they would die before they could breathe. But, once that period passed, it wasn't enough to make them stop smoking. It was like, it was an addiction. You have to treat that different than, just assuming that this behavior is going to change because it doesn't look so good or it doesn't smell good or whatever. It's almost like it's beyond that. And I've worked in clinics where my patients had tracheotomies and they were still trying to smoke a cigarette. You having surgery in your throat or mouth cancer, and they were still trying to smoke cigarettes. So it is a difficult. It's hard to treat because once people have the addiction, it started. And I think I've had a person that I know that sort of changed behaviors, but they did it because of their children. Their children just pushed them and, Daddy, you're not supposed to smoke. And I guess they didn't want to do it in front of the children. So at some point, the children got the best of them. So I think they need some pushing, but I don't know if our programs push them as hard as a family member or child or a spouse or something like that, so.
Uh, right. So family factor could be one of the most
Definitely.
influential ones
Yes.
to stop people from smoking. Okay, that's
Yes.
really good point. Are you okay to take some more questions, Dr. Lynch? Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay.
Halo,
Hi.
Miss Pratisia. My name is
How are you doing?
Sauno from the Nutrition Department. In regard to NCDs policy strategy, how is the best strategy to make nutrition information easily accessible when shopping? Could you tell us in the US how is the strategies about it? Thank you.
Thank you. I think strategies for nutrition education. That one is it's almost like every government agency. You know, for example, wherever the people go for care, we have information dealing with nutrition. If we have pregnant women that are getting government incentives or on a government program, we have nutrition programs. They have to go through a nutrition program and get nutrition information. If there are programs just through the what we call our extension program, cooperative extension program, that actually goes out into the community, and they may go to faith-based institutions where, and I've been involved in going there, and you are educating people that are there, and it works. I mean, I think they listen because they believe in the message and where the message is being, you know, where it is. You know, I think they do better if it's coming from a place where they believe that they're going to be supported. So, and that means too, I've been involved in community centers and housing developments and programs with employers that needed a consultant to come in and talk about food and nutrition. So I think people want the message. I'm not sure what is the best message. I think starting young, you know, if we could get the children like kindergarten and start taking the message upward, I think that's better than taking the message to the top and trying to bring it back down. Because I think a lot of older people, you know, I know I had a lady I was talking to, she's in her 90s, and we were talking about, you know, nutrition, cardiovascular disease, and all this stuff. And her response to me, well, I'm 90 years old. And she's absolutely right, she's 90. So my message to her is, you know, she's 90. So what am I going to talk to her about eating bacon or reducing her salt? You know, she said, I'm going to probably outlive you. She may be right, and I eat very nutritiously every day. So I think if we start at a place where people are more receptive and more inclined, you know, especially I've been to daycare centers where the children just love to hear information about nutrition, and you show them pictures and examples of fresh fruits and vegetables. They want to eat it right in front of you. They want to take it home and tell their parents about it. You know, so, and I think that's important. You know, school-age students, I think they need to be part of something that gives them power to make them feel like they have control of what they eat. So, and I think if parents at home allow them to shop with them and purchase foods, I think kids would get the message earlier. So,
Right. So earlier is better for the education.
yes, I think so.
And I'd like to inform you that in Indonesia, you know, the government has implemented a kind of education about balanced diet starting from elementary school. So
Wonderful.
I got exposed with it, education. And I think partially when I was in elementary school, the government provided some sort of healthy diet,
Mhm.
integrated with traditional food, with our traditional resources, what we have, and I think that was a good idea. It's a good idea so far.
Yeah.
Mm.
And you remember that, and you're following those same rules right now, right? Just because you did that when you were younger.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. And I think the question that you took, that was the last one. And that concludes the presentation for this session. Right. So
Well,
as I
thank you so
said, at the beginning that, well, there are some participants who are on the Zoom meeting, and also we have some academics and students in the auditorium, you know, the place that you went to when you were here. And I'd like to show some of them in here, if the camera can point out the students. Mm-hmm. So there you go. Students, they are following your presentations, and there are also some academics from nutrition departments and health polytechnic of Gorontalo. In the side, in the both sides, left and right sides.
Yes.
Right.
So good to see everybody.
And I think they enjoyed the presentation. Yeah, they got a lot of takeaways from you. Thank you very much.
Good.
And for the last thing, okay, can you give applause for Dr. Lynch, everyone?
Thank you.
Yeah, right. And for the last thing, the committee would like to present a certificate of appreciation for Dr. Patricia Lynch, and that should appear on the screen. There you go.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Certificate of appreciation to Patricia Lynch from Virginia State University. Thank you very much for your contribution in this conference, Dr. Patricia Lynch, and hope we can meet again, collaborate again in the upcoming opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Mrs. Patricia A. Lynch, PhD, RD, LDN, and our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Arif Ismail, MA TESOL. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing to the next agenda. That is to listen to the keynote speech which will be delivered by Mr. Yudi Adrianto, SGZ, SE, MKM, AIFO, and the moderator is Mr. Israfil S. Farm, M. Biomed. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Yudi Adrianto, SGZ, SE, MKM, AIFO, and Mr. Israfil S. Farm, M. Biomed.
Right. Yeah, it's hello everyone. Is it clear, my voice? Everyone. Right. Yeah, hello everyone. Is it my voice is clear?
Yes, Pak Safril, you can continue.
Okay, right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Sorry. And good morning, Mr. Yudi Adrianto. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, good morning, Pak.
Yeah. First of all, welcome to our conference, the second international conference in health and nutrition 2023. And as the second day of this conference, so yeah, introduce. My name is Israfil from Faculty of Medicine, University of Palangkaraya. I'm going to be a moderator in this section. So thank you very much for the opportunity to have given to me to be a moderator. Now we are joined by Mr. Yudi Adrianto as the second speaker today. And I'd like to greet once again to Mr. Yudi Adrianto. Are you okay today, Mr. Yudi Adrianto?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you do, Pak Israel?
Yeah, I'm fine too. Okay, yeah, Mr. Yudi will speak about sustainable balanced diet to prevent non-communicable disease and obesity. But before I send to our speaker today, I'm going to read his short bio. His complete name is Mr. Yudi Adrianto, Bachelor of Nutrition, Master of Public Health, and certified as expert in physiology and sport science. Recently, he worked as nutritionist in Cipto Mangunkusumo hospitals, and he has some experience in several fields, such as nutritionist in Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital from 2014 until now, reviewer in scientific journal, teacher practitioner, nutritionist consultant, laboratory assistant, and as a representative of Association of Indonesian Nutritions from 2020 until now. Mr. Yudi was completed his bachelor in nutrition in IPB University, and his master degree in public health were obtained from University of Indonesia. Mr. Yudi have published several scientific articles in various journals in Indonesia as well as in international journal regarding nutrition. So that's the briefly introduce regarding the second speaker, and I'd like to invite Mr. Yudi to present your slide, and you have maximal 90 minutes to present your slide, and after that we will continue to the question and answer section. So over to you, Mr. Yudi.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak. What should I call you?
Yeah, you just call me Isa.
Okay, Pak. Okay.
Isa.
Okay, thank you, Pak Isa. Good morning, everyone. It's a big pleasure for me to see you as online in here from the podcast Gorontalo. First of all, my material is about the sustainable balanced diet to prevent NCD and obesity. The problem of obesity is now become the second burden despite the stunting in Indonesia. So I would like to share my screen. Is it
right?
Okay. Okay. Have you seen the screen in your device or?
Very clear.
Okay. Yeah. My topic material of this morning lecture is about the sustainable balanced diet to prevent NCD and obesity. About the NCD, before we going to the describing about the balanced diet and the way or the nutrition intervention to prevent NCD and obesity, I'd like to give a brief information about the survey that have been done in last decade. In 10 years ago, this is my summary. Okay. About the prevalence about the NCD and the obesity and risk factor. Before I go into my material, this is the outline of my presentations. First of all, I will say about the NCD and risk factor in global and national scale. And the second is about the food intake and the risk of death in Indonesia and the global. What the causes and the major problem about the food intake and the risk of death in Indonesia. The third is about the sustainable diet. What we can do about the diet. because right now is adverse diet program that influenced by many people, or even practice with all the influencer and artists, maybe that can influence the people's intake. And the first is about the balanced diet and obesity, the interactions about the balanced diet and obesity, and also the nutrition and food concerns in NCD and obesity. Yeah. About the NCD and risk factor as in global and national, here's the data about the diets. Diets is expressed per 100,000 population about the disease or health conditions that are calculated in the sum of the years of life lost due to prematurity, mortality, and the years lived with a disability to prevalence cases of the disease or health conditions. As we can see, the data shows, this is the data I gained like approximately 1 decade from 1990 to 1919. As we can see in the screen, in 1919, about the 25 disease that have the big prevalence in our in global. The first is about the neonatal disorders, and the second is low respiratory infection, and the third is diarrhea disease. About the NCD, as we can see on the screen, there are ischemic heart disease, stroke, cirrhosis, diabetes. Diabetes is set in 20 rank in 1990, and the progression in 2019, as we can see, the non-communicable disease, especially ischemic heart disease and stroke, becomes top 3 of disease that have high in mortality in 2019 as globally. Following with the diabetes in 8 rank of the risk of prevalence in the global. And also in 18, there is chronic kidney disease, and the last of the 25 major cause of dialysis global trend is dietary iron deficiency, which is, as we can see, the dietary iron deficiency decreasing slightly differ to 1919 to 2019. This is the prevalence for all age in a decade. What about if we are clusterized the following age due to the 25 major cause of death in dialysis global in percentage of total dialysis and trend, as we can see? In people within 10 to 24 years, as we can see, the 1990 prevalence of risk factor of NCD and major cause death, as we can see. First of all, it is the road injuries. And then the NCDs stands in 8 range, there's no such as of typical deficiency or NCDs, but in 2019 we can see the dietary iron deficiency becomes increasing from the 25 rank and to 8 rank of the percentage of prevalence of major cases. In age around 25 to 49 years, we can see also the NCD is increasing the prevalence of relapse and dialysis as in global. The disease of ischemic heart becomes number 3. And following with stroke in number 9, diabetes in number 14, and chronic kidney disease in 18. Meanwhile, some of the disease of non-communicable disease So we can see this is diabetes. Diabetes in 2019 for the following years 25 to 49 is in number 20. So it is increasing by years and gradually slightly increase. And in 2019 become the 14 of the NCD risk factor in global. About the geriatric problem in range age of 15 to 70 years, we can see the top three is almost with the not almost, it is stated with NCD, and also the risk factor NCD become increasing. As we can see in the screen, the major causes of death and risk factor of global and national for top three in age 50 to 70 years old, it is the first is heart disease, the second is stroke, and the third is diabetes. Following and increasing in chronic kidney disease, as we can see in 1990, it is in number 40 to number 8. And it's increasing in slightly increasing in diabetes for number 9 to number 3. And stroke and ischemic heart disease is the top two of disease of NCD in global in 2019. And the following slide is the NCD and risk factor of 70 years old and older. It is still following with ischemic heart disease, stroke, and diabetes slightly decreased to number 5, and COPD increased from the number 4 to number 3. Following with the Alzheimer's disease in elderly and geriatric patients. Now, as we can see in the slide, about the 10 major risk factors as global in 1990 to 2019. For all risks, the data shows the high systolic blood pressure of hypertension is become number 1, leading risk of non-communicable disease in the world from the number 7 in 1990 increased dramatically to number 1 in 2019. Following with smoking is become our nation's problems too. And the third is about the fasting plasma glucose tolerance, which is it leads to diabetes. And the fourth is low birth weight. Okay. And the 5 is high body mass index. This is the top 5 mostly major factor risk of NCD. Okay, we are trying to break down the risk factor of NCDs and how it is related to the disease and also contributing to increasing the prevalence of NCDs as in global and national. If we classify to the following the age of the patients in the survey shows in patient with in people with 25 and 49 years old, they are increasing in the following risk factor. For example, in 1990, high systolic blood pressure is in number 3, and it is increased in 2019, become number 2. And the major problem is in body mass index. Because the change of lifestyle, the change of dietary intake, the change of what we call it, the era, the decade shows there are several different in people's intake in that is reflected in high body mass index. High body mass index in 1919 is in number 7, but in 2019 it is increased dramatically to number 3 as a top 3 in factor years of 25 to 49 years old. And also the kidney dysfunctions. There are many problems about the kidney dysfunctions that affect to the people's lately in a decade, as we can see, from less than this is from not in top 10, but it is increased as a top 10 of one leading race in 2019. In 50 to 70 years old cluster, high blood pressures become number 1, following with smoking, and the third is high fasting plasma glucose, which is mainly leading to diabetes. And also the problem in a productive age, and also leading and proceeding to geriatric or earlier age, elderly age. The high body mass index is still become the problem of risk factor in NCD. And also, so we can see in people with more than 70 years old, the main big factor of leading risk in non-communicable disease, the top 2 is high systolic blood pressure, and the second is high fasting plasma glucose. So, and globally, we see the trend. Now we are moving to national disease trend. The top 10 major cause of death in Indonesia in 2019, as we can see in the picture, stroke is become number 1 for over a decade in Indonesia, following with ischemic heart disease, and the difference with 29 to 2019 is the diabetes. Diabetes increased like 3 points from the number 6 to number 3 as the top 3 of major cause of death in Indonesia. Following with the non-communicable disease, the most common in our people is hypertensive heart disease. Yeah, it is increasing from number 10 to number 8. The data showed most of the one population in Indonesia is likely have the risk of stroke in 2019. So this is the common problems of the NCD that we have to tackle and to give the right intervention, especially in nutrition, because we are nutritionists or dietitians in the population, so we can give the right nutrition and also education, and the outcome is hoping that the patient's behavior and also the intake can change to good and better conditions. About the national disease trend, about in 10 major risks in COD of cause of death in Indonesia in 2019, the risk diet, especially food pattern, it is unhealthy. And we combine it with 15 quality component of this. I'm sorry, this is typo. This is food pattern, not your food.
Okay.
Okay. And with height of body mass index more than 20 to 25 kg per meter as a major risk in third and 5 position in the list, as loss of healthy life due to illness and disability of premature death. For over a decade, more than 10 risk factors in Indonesia, especially height in BMI, increased dramatically highest the number proportion of the increasing BMI is high. It is more than 60%. So we can see maybe the student in the rooms, and you can see the round of your seat if there are any a living person with with obesity, or the teacher or lecturers with the obesity. Meanwhile, the teacher is a nutrition program teacher, yeah. And also the following with high blood glucose level, 50%, cholesterol with low density lipoprotein, height is 26.5%, high blood pressure, 23.8%, and kidney dysfunction, 22.5%. This is the most risk factor about the NCD in Indonesia, about the national disease trends. Now, we are moving to conditions with this unhealthy diet risk intake in Indonesia. Many dietary risks that have classified that may contribute to the risk factor of NCD. For example, in the first place is diet in low in fruits and also in low in vegetables. The two top conditions about the unhealthy risk factors. Meanwhile, the intake exposure and recommendations show the mean of daily consumption of fruit and also in vegetables, including the canned or dried fruits, the canned or dried vegetables. As we can see, the recommended intake is 250 grams per day for fruit. For example, 2 apples. In low vegetable, recommendation is 360 grams per day, as equal of 5 to 7 medium carrots. But as you can see, the actual intake of our people and society is less than one portion size or serving of fruits and vegetables. And also it is following with diet in low in legumes and also in whole grains in Indonesia, because we are not consumes bread as main source of carbohydrate. We consuming rice.
Rice. But rice is not
and imported rice from another countries. And also diet in low nuts in seed, because in Europe and in United States of America, they are consuming whole grains and nuts and seeds. As we can see, the recommended intake compared with the actual intake, it is different and decreasing in actual intake than it is recommended. And also the diet in low in fiber, diet in low in milk, diet in low in calcium, high red meat, and high processed meat. The data about the calcium, red meat, and processed meat, I couldn't obtain it in Indonesia, but I have gained the data about in fiber and milk consumption in Indonesia. As we can see, the recommendations about the fiber intake is likely 24 to 25 gram per day minimum consumptions, but the actual intake of Indonesia's people only reach 10.5 grams per day. And also in milk consumption, which is the recommendations of around 400, and actual intake in Indonesia is 162 millimeters per day. Continuing about the unhealthy diet risk intake, number 11 is in diet in high in sugar sweetened beverage. Who in here the students like to consume coffee every day, or with the sugar sweetened beverage, boba milk. And also nowadays it has become trend, the boba milk, and mixu, and for example, which is
That's
in
American.
high in sugar and sweetened beverage. As we can see, the intake exposure is main daily consumption of beverage within more than 50 kilocalories per 1226.8 serving, including carbonated beverage, sodas, cola, Sprite, energy drinks, fruit drinks, including juices. I like to consume juice. But you have to be aware about the sugar content. The recommended intake is 3 grams in average, or 5 grams per day, but the actual intake is 4 times higher than recommended intake. It is 20 grams per day or more than 20 grams per day. Yes, you can see the high sugar of sweetened beverage becomes the risk factor of diabetes. And also the trans fatty acids. I like to add gorengan in every time meals plate in our meals program. So you have to beware. Meanwhile, you have to decrease your body weight. This is the opposite. I want to decrease my body weight, but my snack is gorengan.
Goreng.
Okay. The recommendation is 0.5 or percent from total energy, but the actual intake is 5% for total energy. It is become the great concerns too, because it can lead to increasing risk of cardiovascular disease. And in diet in high in sodium, yeah, people or students, for example, who have who favorites to consume like chimol, chilor, anything added with the sodium, and and even now the sodium have its own taste. You want what preference or flavor do you like? Jagung bakar, keju, barbecue. You can choose.
It's a lot of instant food.
Yeah, the recommendation intake is less than 3,000 milligrams per day, but the actual intake, you can see it's twice of the recommendations, 5,600 milligrams per day, and that's why the high blood pressure becomes number one problems in the risk factor of major non-communicable disease. Yeah. Because of that, about the leading list, we can see the development in 1919 to 2010 to 2019. As we can see, the diet in high in sodium still become number one, following with low consumption of whole grains. It is related, and the low fiber intake of legume, fruits, red meat, trans fatty acid, and also in low intake in vegetables that is decreasing in the populations. The reading risk in top 10, the most of the risk causing death in related to dietary risk in a decade is diet in high in sodium. Moving to the top following 5 leading causes of global mortality attributable to unhealthy diet, I make the relationships that are 5 causes for nearly 2 decades. First is high sodium diet. The second is diet in low in whole grains. The third is diet in low legume, low fruits, and high in red meats. This is the major cause of death by dietary risk in 3 decades. So, moving to some research shows about the protein intake and risk of death, which is a breakdown in protein intake, meats, legume, fruit, and risk of death. This is the journal in 2020 about the dietary intake of total animal plants protein at risk of all cause of cardiovascular and cancer mortality, which is time to review and does response in meta-analysis. See the conclusions here. The higher intake of total protein was associated with a lower risk of all cause of mortality. And intake of plant protein was associated with lower risk of all cause and cardiovascular disease mortality. So this is recommend you to consume protein both in to animal protein and plant protein. Gratefully in Indonesia we are used to consume tempeh, tofu, and soy basis of protein that is can lower the risk of cardiovascular disease with the content of isoflavone as a strong antioxidant. And 32 of cohort perspective study show in follow-up period 3.5 to 32 years, which is have more than 100 case of death between 700,000 participants about the congestive and cardiovascular disease, most likely in 16,000 and 22,000 because of cancer. The most important point topic that we can address from the journals and the systematic review is the intake of total protein. It is associated with the lower risk of all cause of death. So we need to consume protein. And in balanced diet, it is recommended to consume animal protein and plant protein 2 to 3 serving size per day. And this is the conclusion that I have mentioned before. Moving to the next slide about the sustainable diet. What is the sustainable diet? Sustainable diet is the diet that contributes to the nutrition status and health outcome both in individual and society and have the effect of the environment. This is the theory of the definition in sustainable diet. It is including the healthy nutrition diet that focus on the individuals, the health eating pattern, and the health effect, and also the environment conditions perspective, which is in concern in the production of food, economy, and social conditions. Yeah. Sustainable diet. There are some obligatory that have fulfilled the condition in sustainable diet. For example, the first, the diet is can accepted in our ethnic and our culture. Yeah. No way we can change. No way if right now we change our diet to Eastern diet. Can we? No, we cannot. The eating pattern of Indonesia is different with Americans, with Australians, and Europeans. Ideally, it's based on local food. That's why the diversity of local food is different per regions. We cannot ask people in like Nusa Tenggara or in Papua, you have to consume rice. No, they have their own diversity and food diversity to consume. For example, papeda and etc. And then it can access and it is affordable to most people. That's why we have the food security, food and nutrition security. And to operating the sustainable diet, there are a concept called SHARP. First S is sustainable in environment. The second is the H is for stand for healthy. That's why it must healthy to consume. A is affordable, R is reliable, and P is preferable. This is the descriptions of source. So about the sustainable diet in Indonesia, on our society, the majority of diet guideline is basis in food basis dietary guideline. It's recommended with the pattern with planned diet basis, but it is translations to diverse food and also the balanced diet. The protein based or in the balanced diet, it at first the research shows can lower the risk factor of death and also increasing the good health in the more in the society. For example, the dietary approach to stop hypertension, which is popular in 1980, or DAS diet, Mediterranean diet, Mediterranean, Lion diet, and also Nordic diet. I tried to explain about the sustainable diet following the DAS, Mediterranean diet, and Nordic diet, which is the DAS diet. As we can see, the composition of macronutrients or carbohydrate is 55 to 60%, protein 15 to 20, and the fat is 20 to 30. The DAS diet concerns to more eating of fruit and vegetables, low fat milk, whole grains, and source of animal and plant protein. And in Mediterranean diet, there is slightly difference with the DAS diet, as we can see compared to macronutrients compositions, which is they consume low in carbohydrates. Its range of 35 to 40%. Protein likely is the same with this diet and Nordic diets, and they are concerning in consumption of fat, which is quite high, 35 to 50% of total energy needs. This diet concern in eating or intake of fruit and vegetable, which is high in fiber and also in high in oil, especially unsaturated fatty acid. And in diet Nordic, as we can see, the carbohydrate is 45 to 60%, protein 10 to 20%, and fatty acid is 25 to 40%. Slightly decrease within Mediterranean diet, but it also have the contribution of consumption in carbohydrates. So it combines both in carbohydrate and fatty acid consumption. Back to the sustainable diet, according to these three types of diet, in Mediterranean diet, as we know, it is developed in early 1916 to reflected the habitual diet of a Mediterranean people, which is consumption of mostly plant protein, the salad, salad oil dressing, and the less lower of consumption of meat or animal protein. And also they consume alcohol in Mediterranean diet. In Nordic diet, it is developed in early 2004. It is as innovative to the traditional food that is combined with health focus and ethnic philosophy of the populations in Nordic, which is it's consumed the high plant diet, cerealia and legumes, milk, on animal protein, especially from fish, shells, and also ruminantia and hunt of animal proteins. As in the slide, in world of condition in diet in both of in the Mediterranean and Nordic diet, is considered as a prototype diet in omnivora regional. That's including the healthy, the delicious of the food because it is a high of protein both in animal and plant protein, culture of eating and environment. Moving to the vegetarian diet, because the Mediterranean diet and Nordic diet, as we know, more consume in red meat and source of protein. Now we can see the vegetarian diet of the society of people. It is divided within four categories: diet in vegetarian, vegan, pescatarian, and flexitarian. We can see the content of the protein almost the same, around 12 to 14%. And also the carbohydrate is more than 50%. But the difference is in fat in content, which is in diet in vegan is slightly lower than vegetarian, pescatarian, or flexitarian. Both of the vegetarian and vegan did consume more protein in plant protein than animal protein. In pescatarian, the diet is likely as the same with lacto-ovo-vegetarian, with added some fish or seafood and animal protein meat mixed with seafood and fruit and vegetable. And within the diet in flexitarian, this is the diet most likely like the diet pescatarian. And they also consume animal protein. Yeah. About the sustainable diet, all the diet pattern have its own unique of diet practice. But there are some questions that we have to address, we have to concern, and we have to think about it. Like how far the diet can reduce the obesity? How far the diet can affect and influence our conditions in disease, for example. And also about the transitions to the diet, which is halfly or dominantly plant-based or animal-based, that it can also change in our intake in source and number of macronutrients and micronutrients. Are we in risk of nutrition deficiency? Or if there are any physiological effect that can be influence our health from the diet? Yeah, this is the question that we have to answer about the sustainable diet. Now we are comparing about our consumptions in our diet. Yeah, what's in your menu today? We can compare. When in 1919 our parents make our own donut like this. Now we can see what the donuts right now. It is more content of sugar, fat. Yeah, as we can see, the size is also like 2 or 3 or even 4 times bigger than last 2 decades. Am I right? Yeah, and it also influenced with these conditions. The junk food, popular food and influence food. There are some research about the popular food that affect the adolescents and adults because of the lifestyle and the condition of globalization. This is about the source of carbohydrate and intake we are comparing with only in single donuts. Then we can see. Do you have your coffee today? What kind of coffee do you have? Frappuccino with Fenty or grande size maybe in Starbucks, as we can see. Compared with our ancestor coffee, which is a cup of coffee, no added sugar, creamer, or even a caramelized like nowadays, or this is the Starbucks. Have you ever searching or googling about the nutrition contents in Starbucks? Yeah, Gran or Fenty, like this is it is like a frappuccino, so maybe. Yeah, it is. Its content of energy is 500 kilocalories. So if you drink a single cup of this coffee, you can fulfill your lunch meal time energy as equal in 500 maybe. Now, what is our concerns right now to the balanced diet? I am not giving the prescriptions about balanced diet. I thought the students, if the students must have known about the balanced diet with the tumpang gizi seimbang and etc. So I am trying to elaborate the condition of balanced diet and the conditions with the obesity. What is becomes our major factor in balanced diet? Yeah, this is the balance of the weight about the intake and nutrition needs. Many problems of lectin and influence in dietary intakes. But before we are going to the intake of the nutrients, we have to realize our body it needs macronutrients and micronutrients in exact number. For example, many factors determine the nutrient needs. For example, infection in more patients in hospital, stress, fever, and growth in children. Stress and also affect our nutrition needs, and also for physiology metabolisms it also affect our nutrition needs. But about the intake of nutrients, it is influenced by the economy. Of course, economy affect in people's capacity to buy food and intake, the emotions, the culture, and also it is influenced by environments, disease also, and stress and a physical condition that can lead to intake. For example, the disability people, maybe they cannot fulfill the intake and also the access to food, for example. Now, if the balance of intake and needs are unbalanced, what is happen? The body have the problem in metabolism, can lead to obesity, overweight, and also to malnutrition if the intake is deficit or decrease. Regarding to some disease with the inadequate intake of nutrients, the conditions of the people and also the NCD and risk factor, which is high blood pressure, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, kidney function or kidney disease can alter most of the intake of the patients. It can alter food intake, alter the body digestions of food, Condition of metabolism is different with this within the disease following the patients, and the altered the extraction of nutrients. It can lead to nutritional inadequacy or malnutrition, both in condition of undernutrition and overnutrition. Back to our topic about the sustainable diet and obesity. There is some concept about the nutrition to treatment the obesity in adults. This is the research in 2022. This is recently research shows that many techniques can be done to address the obesity in adults. Regarding to nutrition, we have to see first about the obesity factors and the obesity classifying to the body mass index and also the risk factor of its following. Yeah, the body mass index, as we can see, it is divided three to normal, overweight, and obese. Depends, we are using categories of body mass index. We can see our Kementerian Kesehatan have published the cutoff point of body mass index, and also the risk factor of obesity due to the waist circumference. You can see waist hip circumference. If is there any academia in Poltekkes Gorontalo have more than this category or classification of overweight or obese? You can see your belly. And also the classification and distribution of fat, you can see which center of body can accumulate most likely the fat in your body, especially in your belly. About the classification, in previous slide, I also concerned about the intake of sums of guideline in the balanced diet, which is we have to less consume in sugar, salt, and fat. Now we are moving to the sugar intake. Yeah, as you can see in the picture, the sugar intake per year in following age of, you are right now in 19 to 29 years old. Yeah, all the students most have the years of following age in more than 19 years old. Yeah, see, the research shows per year people's more consume sugar is likely 60 grams per day. Can you imagine? 6 serving size of sugar per day consumed in beverage content. Oh, I am 13. This is very hot, especially in our dry season right now. I want to consume ice. Okay, I want to consume juice. I want to consume mixu. I want to consume boba. You, meanwhile, you are a Poltekkes student, yeah? So you have to concern about the beverage or sugar sweetened beverage. This is the hidden sugar that we are consume in our daily intake. And per year, as we can see, most likely high in soda and beverage. Yeah, because of the sugar can also contributing to increasing the high blood level, also the obesity and overweight condition that we have to address in sustainable diet. Yeah, there is some illustrator that is analogically compared with the bicycle, which is the food balance wheel. The figure is demonstrates how people can stay healthy by eating a variety of nutritious food. It is the same with the tumpang gizi seimbang, our tumpang gizi seimbang, which is the underlying of the tumpang is physical activity. That's why it is illustrated with bicycle. Yeah, there are fluid intake, drinks, and also macronutrients, source of carbohydrate, meats or animal and plant protein, and vegetable and fruits. Yeah, most likely it's the same with the tumpang gizi seimbang that you have read or you have the you have studied before. Yeah, about the intervention in people with obesity. Yeah, the research shows in people with obesity there are many of interventions, both in medical intervention and nutrition intervention, can address the condition of obesity. First of all, we have to motivate the patient. Because sometimes patients with obesity or people with obesity, they are seems due to the body shaming conditions. Yeah, they are seems using some clothes. They are seems to go everywhere. Yeah, because the people eyes were staring at them because of the obesity. So we have to give the motivation, and we have to describe the treatment approach can lead to decreasing the BMI status in obesity. What treatment approach the most treatment approach can be done, especially in lifestyle intervention. Lifestyle interventions components including three major factor components that in lifestyle intervention to address the obesity. First of all, is most affected is in nutrition. Yeah, nutrition is the major conditions that can be addressed to modifying the intake of the patients with obesity. Exercise, yeah, physical exercise. Yeah, you have not done the exercise today. or you can following the Sunday exercise with Dr. Anung, yeah, yesterday. He promised the student to going exercise together, yeah. And the behavior concept that we have to change in patients with obesity. In nutrition concept, for example, low carbohydrate, low fat, intermittent fasting, and also multidisciplinary weight loss program. With in US or Europe, they have their own weight watchers, like a personal trainer in Indonesia. And support nih, support is also important for patient with obesity. The nearest support is from the nearest environment, family, friends, that can give them right motivation to decreasing the condition of the BMI patients. If the lifestyle intervention cannot be addressed, it cannot be done, or the patient motivation is lack or maybe demotivation, we can also transfer it, or we can also suggest the patients to the physician. Get your own doctor. The doctor will give the therapy with bariatric surgery. For example, the stomach of the patient is cut by half, or even cut wall of the stomach by bariatric bypass. Recently, there is some actress, if you know, she have done the bariatric surgery. She's the singer, popular singer in Indonesia. Yeah, you have known from Jawa Barat. Yeah. She done the bariatric surgery and decreased the body mass index very fast using the gastric bypass. The second is using the drugs. The drugs, for example, Orlistat or Liraglutide, that can affect the metabolism. Nah, the drug consumption is must be monitoring by the doctor because it can dearrange our metabolism. And also formula diet. For example, low calorie diet, meal replacement. Last 5 years, I have go to Japan. In Japan, they have liquid meal, like the meal is like gel. This it is content of low calorie diet, but in high in protein. The Japan technology about the formula diet quite advanced rather than in Indonesia or under developing countries. About the aims in management of weight and diet, the outcome is to improve quality of life, to prevent further weight gain, to improve the obesity associated risk factor. Yeah, thanks Bu Nuriani for answering in chat column. Okay. To maintain reduced body weight. Yeah, of course. The target of obesity is to reduce body weight and to reduce maintain body weight and to reduce body weight. Yeah. This is the intervention that we have to address and concern about the condition in BMI in obesity. Moving to the physical activity. Yeah, about the diet, I'm not talk too much because we can address it in our menu. But about the physical activities, as we can see, the obesity most likely affected by the big arrow here, the diet, physical activity, and meat. Yeah, the diet is most of the common problems in our patient with obesity. And physical activity, for example, for activity, aerobic exercise, resistance training, it can affect to lower body weight in patient with obesity. And also, physical activity not only in exercise, but also in need activity. For example, working, housework, cuci, ngepel, menyapu, gardening, and others. Yeah. And also, there is influenced by pharmacological treatment. For example, using the anti-obesity drugs in such of conditions for diabetes, using metformin, for example, for controlling blood glucose, or Orlistat, for blocking the fatty absorption and metabolism, Ixenite, Pentamide, or Topiramate, for example, or in bariatric surgery. Research on in meta-analysis shows about the physical activity, as we can see here. Dombrowski in 2014 shows in the patient with subject BMI more than 30 kilograms, there is a weight loss in 5% of body weight within 24 months. With the study duration year, with physical activities, they are give the intervention of walking exercise, and the result is initial weight loss and change in behavior and lifestyle management, and also it shows that no evidence or effective for physical activities intervention and adding aerobic exercise or physical activity such to a dietary intervention. Most of the study shows that dietary intervention is playing a big role in exercise. So if you are cut your calories like 500 to 1000 per day, but without the exercise, you cannot lose your weight. And also Johansson in 2014, the study including the physical activity with resistance training, walking, especially, and arthritis adapted knee with the patients with the arthritis. So the weight mean difference was 1.6 kilograms within 8 months of maintenance. The weight mean difference was 0.7 kilograms. So the patients is trained resistance training with wide program training, gymnastic training, using the barbell, using the weight resistance. And also there is studies shows the aerobic exercise, resistance training, calorie restrictions shows with an aerobic exercise with caloric restrictions likely can decrease the percent of body weights 2 to 3%, and more 5% can decrease in high intensity of aerobic exercise. It can also reduce waist circumference and also body fat. But this is the concern about the resistance training with calorie restrictions. So if the patients of the patient with the obesity or overweight doing the resistance training with calorie restrictions within duration of 6 to 12 months, they can increasing body weight. But the increasing body weight of the patients is not because of the fat conditions, but it because of increasing the lean mass of muscles. Yeah, it can reduce the waist circumference and reduce the body fat. But in patients with calorie restrictions and also with physical activities, they can decrease moderate with intensity intervention 3 to 5% and more than 5%. Most likely, this is the best way to the patient with the obesity. The recommendations about the practical in reducing energy if the patients need to calorie restrictions, I mean, while combining with the physical activities or exercise. For example, the energy density, the recommendation prefer low energy dense food. Choose food with lower energy content per 100 grams. Yeah, lower energy food. For example, salami is changed to ham, rice changed to potatoes, cream cake changed to fruits, for example. In dietary fat, watch out for hidden fat. Yeah, choose food low in fat or pick the fat reduced alternative. Prepare fat reduced food preparing method, choose method with adding fat. So the deep fry technique, which is using more fat, it's reduced and prohibit to this recommendation. For example, potato chip change to pretzel, butter change in low fat cream, frying change in braising or stewing, roasting change in cooking, and chip with boiled potato. Yeah, but the taste is also like no umami taste, yeah, because of the fat.
Yeah.
And plant-based food take 5% per day. Most of the diet programs to reduce calorie, they increasing the portion of vegetable and fruits. Dietary fiber increase dietary fibers. For example, take whole grains, white bread, and change the rice to legumes. And also, we have to concern is in beverage. Drink calorie-free beverage. Choose beverage without sugar and calorie. What it is? Mineral Water. Or water, tea without sugar. Yeah. So we have to conclude the presentation about the sustainable diet and addressing in obesity. Exercise is essential for the management of obesity, combined with balanced diet. Maintain a healthy weight by avoiding overeating and being physically active. Yeah, we have to active in physical. For all treatment approach, behavior change technique is needed. Reducing in energy intake, increasing energy expenditure are required. And self-monitoring of diet and physical activity provides an effective behavior change technique for weight management. As I am as a Muslim, there are some our Prophet Nabi Muhammad said we are kaum yang hanya makan bila lapar dan berhenti makan sebelum kenyang. Kenapa? Karena kekenyangan membuat badan menjadi berat, hati menjadi keras, menghilangkan kebiasaan, membuat sering tidur dan lemah untuk beribadah. So, our Prophet have said long time ago about our, especially in our nutrient intakes and obesity. Okay, that's all my slide. I give back to the moderator for the discussion section.
Okay, fine. Yeah, very good presentation from Mr. Yudi, and I would like to extend appreciation for your presentation. And from the presentation, I get some point about the topic. As you can see together in the presentation, some of non-communicable diseases that become global concern today are diabetes, stroke, heart failure, and others. And there are some risk of factors such as systolic blood pressure and high body mass index as the top three of the leading risk factor, and increase of number of unhealthy diet that can lead increasing of body mass index and lead become risk factor of emerging of non-communicable disease, especially in Indonesia. In Indonesia, several behavior unhealthy diet that have been conduct is diet low fiber, milk, calcium, and others that have presented by Mr. Yudi, and as well as the consumption of instant food and drink, as well as like gorengan, boba milk, and others also increase risk factor to the body mass index and also NCD or non-communicable disease. And yeah, I note some of quotes for our young people today that go to and drink Starbucks coffee looks cool, but actually, as you presented in your presentation, that's the bad habit for us. Okay, and yeah, is my voice sounds clear?
Yeah, clear. You can proceed.
Right. And then I'd like to continue some recommendation that have been proposed by Mr. Yudi is today we should be increase our dietary in fiber and drink calorie free beverage as well as physical activity, and the other recommendation that have been proposed by Mr. Yudi. That's a very great opportunity to us to get this material today. And now we will continue to the question and answer section, and I'd like to invite the audience to ask a question live. To the audience, if you have a question, you can raise your hand and ask your question directly to Mr. Yudi, or you can type your question in chat box, and I'd like to read it one by one and answered by Mr. Yudi. Okay, to the participant. Okay, right. Mr. Yudi,
yeah.
There are the first participant that have a question for you.
Yep.
Okay, over to you, the participant in if I look it from Poltekkes Gorontalo live.
Okay.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Elsa Pratama Bobihu from Nutrition Department. My question is, you mentioned about the national trend. Do you think that government policy has been really effective to support balanced diet within society? Thank you.
Okay, if I look, the question is about the government measure to maintain our health or nutrition. So, over to you, Mr. Yodi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good questions. Yeah. In last 3 years, I have collaborating with the Dirjen Penyakit Tidak Menular to given the campaigns in a balanced diet in Sulawesi, Manado, in Medan, and also in Lombok in back last 3 years. Yeah, so it is a multi-sectoral problems that we have to collaborate to address the problems in our society regarding to non-communicable disease. We are cannot stand alone. We have to get and to gain the support for many stakeholders, both in governments and public sectors. So the conditions of the non-communicable disease in now becomes the top 10 burden disease, and also it can cost more than 2 trillion per year in BPJS assurance. That's why we have to move and collaboration to give the right education, to give the right knowledge to the society to change their own behavior regarding to the balanced diet and to reducing the conditions of non-communicable disease. Yeah, we are cannot stand alone. We have to give the support, and we have to gain support from both in stakeholder, in public and government areas.
Okay, right. Very clear explanation from Mr. Yudi. And then the next question, maybe I can read in chat box. Oh, that's have asked to Mr. Yudi live. And while waiting for next question from participant, I'd like to ask you an interesting question that I have got the answer so far. Regarding the nutrition and as you have presented. For your information, I'm a pharmacist and often read that the consumption of antioxidant food and beverage is very good for our body. But if it excessive, it's also good and not good for us. I'd like to highlight that consumption of UC1000 as the most common consumption to this mission. My question is, how much the antioxidant food or beverage should be consumed by each person every day to be able to maintain our health? And then next question is, I have two questions for you. My question is, in your opinion, what is the good sustainable diets composition to maintain our health to our always good?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Israfil. Wow, you're
The first is
right. Great.
The second is about the composition.
Yeah, I'll try to answer the questions. Thank you, Pak Israfil. Wow, you're a pharmacist in a nutrition field, yeah? The first questions, our body have its own upper level of absorption. Yeah, the upper level intake, for example, in vitamin C, Yeah, right now we have we recall the previous years that we have the pandemic of COVID-19. There was the supplement or the vitamin is sold out in every pharmacy. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the people tends to consume more multivitamin to get its body health, and also they are afraid to get the COVID-19. Yeah, back then in last 2 years.
Of course.
Yeah. Our body has its own upper level, for example, in vitamin C. The vitamin C average recommendation is 80 to 90 milligrams per day. It Krauss says that more consumption of vitamin C, most likely higher in 1000 milligrams or maybe 2000 milligrams, can be delivered, but with certain conditions. For example, patients with the conditions severe wound and illness. For example, in burn injury. Patient with burn injury needs more vitamin C than we are as a healthy person. Yeah, the intake and interventions is 1000 milligrams per day in patient with burn injury. But in our body, if the consumptions are more than the upper level intake of that certain of multivitamins, insoluble water vitamins they will exit with the secretions in urine, but in non-soluble vitamin it will gain it and it will stored in liver. In some condition, in insoluble vitamins such as vitamin E, if there is excessive intake or storage in our body, they will become toxic to our body. That's why we have to consume as it needed. Yeah, and also in insoluble vitamin, for example, vitamin C. If we are consuming more than 90 milligrams per day as it upper level of our body, the body, especially the system organ influence is kidney. Yeah, the vitamin C accumulation, ascorbic acid, it become the kidney stone in the kidney and can lead to kidney problems. Yeah. The second question is, what is the best way of diet? The best way of diet is, like I mentioned earlier before in my presentation, the sustainable diet. The best way diet is the balanced diet. We have the vitamins in fruits. We have the minerals in vegetables. We are fulfilling our micronutrient and macronutrient from the diet rather than in supplementation. But there is a but. There's a clause about this. The statement. But if we are in illness conditions, we are if the individual gets some medical diagnosed problem, such as hepatobiliary problem, such as kidney function problem, such as diabetes, which is need to be supplemented by orally, we have to give the supplementation, not from the diet. For example, in burn injury, how much fruits they can consume to fulfill the 1000 milligrams of vitamin C. How kilogram fruits do they need to consume? Meanwhile, the stomach volume is limited. Yeah. Thank you, Pastor.
Okay, right. Okay, is my voice? Oh yeah. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay. We have come to the end section of we have come to the end in this section, and time is now 10 to 15 in the Pampalo. So we have passed the question and answer section. Thank you very much for
Pak Safil, sorry. I have one question for the students there in Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Which student can answer my question will get 5,000 rupiah, 50,000 rupiahs over Grab, Gojek or Shopee Pay.
Okay, that's a good question.
The question for the students, okay, you can focus to my voice. Who can answer the questions get 50,000 rupiahs. 50,000 rupiahs, okay. The question is, to operation the sustainable diet, there is a concept says shop. If you see my presentation, what shop stands for? Raise your hands and go to the microphone and answer the questions and get 50,000 rupiahs. Come on, the student.
Okay, to all participants, you can raise your hand and answer the question.
Kepanjangan dari shop in sustainable diet? Come on. Anyone?
Okay, come to the
microphone. Get your voice here.
And get your voice.
Yeah.
Participant, okay, right. I think the committee have
Come on. The student about the shop in sustainable diet. I give you a clue. Shop for the first S is sustainable. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone can answer my question?
Anyone can answer? Okay, please, participant, you can get to the microphone and answer the question.
Pass? Pass? Okay, any? The second question, the easiest questions from the students, yeah. How much in serving size of animal protein in balanced diet?
How much?
Berapa jumlah protein hewani yang direkomendasikan untuk dikonsumsi pada diet gizi seimbang? Silakan maju.
Okay. The participant, you can.
Ada yang bisa jawab? Ini gampang sekali. Ya, sudah ada.
Oke.
Ya. Silakan. Ini jawab yang pertanyaan keberapa?
Sustainable,
sustainable,
affordable,
Yeah.
reliable, perfectly.
Okay. Applause. What's your name?
Okay. What's your name?
What's your name?
Okay.
I'll ask the committee for.
My name is Nurjain Pakaya.
Okay. Thank you, Nurjain Pakaya. I'll ask the committee for your number, ya.
Okay.
Okay. We give applause. And the second question.
The second question, how
many percent of size in animal protein in balanced diet? Berapa jumlah protein hewani yang dikonsumsi pada gizi seimbang? Come on.
Okay, the last question.
50.000. Get 50.000 also GoPay or Shopee Pay. Come on.
Come on. Okay, right. Yeah.
Ya, silakan.
Okay, please.
What's your name?
Jawabannya 40.000 sampai 50. Oh, my name is Sri Elvira Pamili.
Elvira. Berapa porsi lauk hewani yang dapat dikonsumsi pada gizi seimbang sehari?
2/3.
Yes, kita berikan aplaus.
Oke.
Nanti saya akan minta nomornya melalui panitia ya.
Okay, Elvira, thank you very much for your answer and great answer.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll give the back to Pas Rafael as a moderator.
Okay, right. We have passed the question and answer section. Thank you very much for Mr. Yudi for your great insight today. And I want to say that I'm very happy to be here today and moderate you in this great event. So thank you very much for a wonderful opportunity. And then to extend our appreciation, we would like to serve a certificate of appreciation for you joining and sharing your knowledge with us as a keynote speaker in our conference today. So please, Kamite, can you share the certificate for our keynote speaker today? Okay, here we are, Mr. Yudi. So thank you very much for your great insight today. We serve the certificate appreciation as a keynote speaker in our conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you today, even though it comes by virtually, but I get many point of view regarding the nutrition and sustainable diet to maintain our health, and that's a new insight for me. Okay, that's this session. I'd like to send the voice to Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
See you again, Poltekkes Gorontalo. I hope to see you in person. Yeah, see you again. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Mr. Yudi Adiranto SGZ, SA, MKM, IFO, and Mr. Yusrafil Erfam, Biomed. Ladies and gentlemen, to our keynote speaker, that is to listen to the third keynote speech, which will be delivered by Mrs. Sofiyawati Detalibo, SKM, MKS, and the moderator by Nuriani SGZ, SA. Sorry, and moderator by Rahmala Bajo, SSTM, PH.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Sofiyawati Detalibo and Mrs. Rahmala Bajo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And salam gizi. And good morning. Now we have reached the final session of plenary lecture, and we have here our last speaker, Ms. Sofiyawati Talibo. And before that, I'm sorry. We have reached the final session of plenary lecture, and today we have Ms. Sofiawati Talibo as the last lecturer in this conference. So the topic of her lecture is the effectiveness of the panjang purchase consumption on blood glucose level. And please welcome Ms. Sofiawati Talibo. And before that, just quick information for the audience and for the participant. We have 2 door prize for 2 lucky participants who answered the question from Ms. Sofiawati Talibo. So please pay attention, okay? So please, Ms. Sofiawati.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ama. Thank you very much, moderator. May I stand there? Please, my slide. Oke. Salam gizi. Diulang. Salam gizi. Thank you. Okay. Okay, now the title. Up. No. Yang pertama, pakai bahasa Jo. Nggak bisa judulnya? Wow. Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks opportunity to hear. I would like thank you to present my research entitled The Effectiveness of the Panjang Purchase Consumption on Blood Glucose Level. My research ini, this research has been done in 2019. And my team, Dr. Imran Tumenggung, Fatmawanti Nawai, and Miss Rahma Labajo. Okay, slide. $537 million adults diagnosed with diabetes mellitus in 2021 globally. This number is predicted to rise to 143 million by 2030 and 783 million by 2045. Slide. Okay, this product is named Poverches. Poverches is traditional Dutch snack that is popular in Indonesian cuisine. And this picture, regular Poverches and panjang Poverches, pandan extract and sweet corn added. Slide. This study aims to investigate effectiveness of panjang Poverches consumption with the addition of pandan leaves extract and sweet corn on the blood glucose level. Our research conducted from August to September 2019. The research employed a RCT approach with pre- and post-test design. The sample was accurate randomized for experiment group, added formula 1, and control group non-added formula 2. Next slide. The research conducted 2 tests. 1, glycemic index test, blood sugar level, 2 hours postprandial test. And for one glycemic index test, that glycemic index test, GI, was calculated by employing incremental area under the blood glucose response curve IAUC method. Subject inclusion criteria for glycemic index test are: 1. Willing to partake is either subject; 2. Having normal nutritional status or indicated with normal BMI of 19.5 to 25 kilogram square meters. And 3, having fasting glucose level of 70 to 100 milligram deciliter. 4, having no previous record of DM or glucose intolerance. And 5, having no family history of DM. And 6, having not smoked, consumed alcohol, or used narcotics or psychotropic. And last, having no any history of allergy. Next. And process 2 glycemic index tests. 10 subjects were asked to fast drinking not restricted for 10 to 12 hours at night. After fasting for 10 to 12 hours, the subject was taken a blood sample as a result of 0 minutes examination or fasting glucose, and was given the formula standard food in the form of pure glucose dissolved in 100 ml of water, or test food Formula 1 or Formula 2 purchase, which is equivalent to 50 gram or carbohydrates to be consumed. And the amount of formula administered to subject was measured and weighed to 0.1 gram. The control group was given standard food and purchase Formula 1, while the experimental group was given standard food and purchase Formula 2 with the number of tests food calculated first. Then the blood specimens from the subject were collected per 30 minutes interval, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, and 102 minutes. Its treatment of formula provision was conducted with the interval of 3 days, avoid bias from its food test. Okay. Thank you. Okay, and 2, blood sugar level 2 hours postprandial test. The data of 2 hours postprandial PP blood glucose level were retrieved by checking the subject's blood glucose level 2 hours after food was given, which the subject already fasting for 80 to 10 hours before the food was given. The control purchase fast food was given to the control group, while the panjang purchase was given the experimental group. The test food was given as much as 50 grams. And criteria: 1, no past history of DM; 2, no exposure to cigarette or alcohol beverage; and 3, not under medical treatment. Next. Okay, this is a table for purchase formula, and ingredients purchase formula is wheat flour, egg, melted butter, full cream UHT milk, sugar, instant yeast, salt, pandan leaves extract, and sweet corn. Next. Pandan and sweet corn. The pandan leaves extract was obtained by fresh pandan leaves from a house yard in Gorontalo. The pandan leaves were washed and then cut into small portions of 100 grams each. The pandan leaves were finally processed in a Phillips juicer to produce the pandan extract of approximately 26 to 39 milli. In the meantime, the sweet corns were washed and added into the formula without any extra treatment. Procedure of making poverches. The tools to make the poverches involve cake mold, whisk, blender, stove, bowl, tablespoon, and measuring cup. The poverches with the addition of pandan leaves extract and sweet corn was made by following these methods. Firstly, the dry ingredients were mixed. The butter was melted and set aside, and egg was beaten and added with milk. The wet mixture was incorporated into the dry mixture. The second step was adding pandan leaves extract and sweet corn into the butter. The butter was then mixed evenly by whisk and rested for 20 minutes afterward. The third step was to degrease the cake mold with butter. Melted butter was then added into the butter mixture and incorporated evenly. The butter was then poured into the cake mold and cooked. Each pancake was flipped halfway through until ready to serve. Next. Result for research. One glycemic index for the table. Table 2. GI test subjects. The subjects of GI test were 10 students, 3 males and 7 females of Gorontalo Polytechnic of Health that had signed informed consent. All subjects were confirmed to have normal nutritional status. They also saw no metabolism disorder, evidenced by average fasting glucose level of 82.2 milligram deciliter. Glucose level test result. The subjects of the GI test were 10 students. Oh, no? This is the same like before. Okay, next. This is ingredients versus nutritional contents. The exact amount of test food equivalent to 50 gram of carbohydrate to be given to the GI subjects. The amount of Formula 1 is 118.5 grams, while the amount of Formula 2 is 144.0 grams. And for blood glucose level, the control poverches yields a higher blood glucose level than the panjang poverches. Between 3 curves, the curve of panjang poverches has the lowest curve point from the 30 minutes peak point to the 102-minute peak point. Such a finding indicates that the blood glucose yield in the body after consuming panjang poverches is lowest among the other two, control poverches and pure glucose, while the pure glucose yield the highest blood glucose level to the body. This is figure for protein, fat, and carbohydrate amount in poverches Formula 1 and Formula 2. In the picture, displayed that the picture fat and carbohydrate in Formula 1 are higher than in Formula 2, despite that the latter was given additional ingredients. Next. And the glycemic index test result for pure glucose, control Poverchers, and panjang Poverchers. The glycemic index is the measure of how fast a food can increase the blood sugar level after consumption. Control Poverchers has a GI categorized as high GI. Meanwhile, panjang Poverchers has a GI categorized as low GI. Simple part, panjang Poverchers affect the blood sugar level at a slower rate than control Poverchers. In table 6 for glycemic burden result for control Poverchers and panjang Poverchers. And glycemic burden result signified that the control Poverchers has a moderate glycemic burden of 12.78, while the panjang Poverchers has a low glycemic burden of 6.37. Hence, the consumption of panjang Poverchers of 50 gram portion is low since it has a low glycemic burden and does not significantly affect the blood glucose. And result for blood sugar level to our postprandial subject characteristic is the subject as the postprandial PP 2-hour blood glucose level were 25 students, 5 males and 2 females of the Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo Ministry of Health in semester 1 and 3. The subjects had no history of diabetes and didn't smoke or alcohol and were not allergic to taste food ingredients. Significance of blood sugar level to our postprandial test. The number signify the difference of blood sugar between panjang Poverchers and control Poverchers provision. The sign value, therefore, HO was accepted and panjang Poverchers was considered to have a significant effect on decreasing to our PP blood glucose level. The different of efforts blood glucose decrease with the provision intervention Poverchers is 11.08 milligram deciliter. Pandan and sweet corn lowers fat content. This is a figure for protein, fat, carbohydrate. The laboratory test results show that the control Poverchers has higher fat content than the panjang Poverchers. Accordingly, it is assumed that the addition of pandan leaves extract and sweet corn lowers the fat content in panjang Poverchers. As the findings suggest, the starch and carbohydrate contents in control Poverchers are higher compared to those in panjang Poverchers. This serves to explain the low GI value of the panjang Poverchers. Conclusion: 1. The panjang Poverchers has low glycemic index. 2. The panjang Poverchers has low glycemic burden. And 3. The provision of panjang Poverchers has a significant effect on the decrease into our postprandial blood glucose level. For the consumption of panjang Poverchers has an effect on blood sugar level. Okay, this is my topic. Thank you. Miss Ama, please.
Thank you, Ms. Sofiawati, and we move to the question and answer session. So, like I said before, that Ms. Sofiawati has 2 door prizes for 2 lucky participants. So, please, Ms. Sofiawati, what are the questions?
Okay, I would question to all of you, especially to students. Okay, Oh, before that is a question. Have a question? Okay, okay, please.
So please, for the participant who have the question for Ms. Sofiawati.
My name is Fitra Mahajani. I'm from Nutrition Department. My question is, why do you choose pandan leaf? Why not kelor leaf? Thank you.
Can you repeat your question because it's quite long. Yeah. I cannot.
My
You can
question is,
raise your voice.
why do you choose pandan leaf? Why not kelor leaf?
Why not what leaves? Pandan and pandan leaves and what leaves? Oh, kelor. Oh, moringa. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Why is pandan leaf not kelor? Okay, that's right. Okay, may I answer with bahasa? Oke, mengapa saya menggunakan daun pandan bukan daun kelor? Karena daun pandan itu ada penelitian sebelumnya bahwa daun pandan itu bagus untuk penurunan kadar glukosa pada hewan percobaan uji klinik di percobaan tikus. Ya, itu yang sudah saya baca di jurnal. Ada beberapa penelitian yang menyatakan bahwa ekstrak daun pandan itu lebih bagus untuk menurunkan kadar glukosa dalam darah. Makanya saya menggunakan daun pandan, tidak menggunakan daun kelor. Dan daun pandan juga banyak didapatkan di Gorontalo. Thank you.
Okay, there is another question.
Hello.
Raise your voice.
My name is Miranda M. Puno. I'm from Nutrition Department. My question, why only with two formula? Why not? And how many of replication? 3 or 4 formula? Thank you.
Can you repeat the voice? Your voice.
Why
your voice,
you
voice.
only with two formula? Why not? And how many of replication? 3 or 4 formula?
How many replication of your formula?
Oh. Oke, thank you. Saya membuat replikasi dari produk ini, ada 2 replikasi, ya. Oke. Komposisi pandan yang saya gunakan itu adalah yang bagus sesuai dengan hasil penelitian saya, itu bahwa dia adalah 10 mili. 10 mili dari ekstrak pandan. Oke, 10 mili. 10 milliliter for extract pandan.
Any question before we move to the
Thank
quiz?
you, Miss.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Widya Lapamona. My question is, what method is used to measure the effect of Prophet's long on bulk glucose levels? Was it randomized, placebo, controlled, or observational?
The method of measuring the blood glucose level.
Method is postprandial 2 hours. Ya, 2 pp puasa. Ya, untuk blood testnya. Oke?
For the placebo.
For placebo is saya berikan glukosa, ya, glukosa murni atau setara makanan dia 50 gram. Roti seperti itu dia 50 gram glukosa murni. Oke, dicampur dengan water, air, glukosa murninya.
Okay, now the time for the quiz. So please, Miss Sofiawati.
Okay, time is quiz. No have a question again? No? Okay, thank you because the time. Oh, masih ada. Okay, silakan.
My name is Ningsi. I'm from Department of Nutrition. My question is panjang poffertjes suitable for people who have NCDs to consume? Thank you.
Oh, Oke, sangat cocok. Ya, untuk yang non-communicable disease justru makanan ini, snack poffertjes ini lebih bagus juga dikonsumsi orang yang tidak penyakit tidak menular, yang tidak menderita penyakit tidak menular, agar tidak menderita nanti seperti diabetes dan seterusnya. Jadi sangat cocok juga buat orang yang tidak menderita penyakit tidak menular. Dan rasanya juga enak, ya. Pasti disukai. Oke.
Any more question?
Oke, more question?
No? Okay. So we proceed to the quiz.
Okay, now time for the quiz. Okay, two lucky student. And first quiz, what's the meaning of panjang poffertjes? Panjang poffertjes. What's the meaning panjang poffertjes? Okay, what's the meaning panjang poffertjes?
Panjang is the name of the poffertjes. And what is panjang? It's like abbreviation. Itu adalah singkatan. Who wants to answer that? Ada yang bisa menjawab? Panjang itu singkatan dari apa? Ya, please, Devi.
Izin Bu pakai bahasa Indonesia. Kalau panjang itu singkatan dari produk makanan yang dibuat dari ekstrak daun pandan dan jagung manis.
Is that correct?
Okay, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, panjang is pandan and jagung. Jadi Soulaki is pulsa 50.000. Ya, nanti nomornya dikirim ke saya. Okay. Next question is bahasa Indonesia ya, biar paham. Dalam penelitian saya ini, result dari glycemic index buat produk saya, poffertjes ini yang kontrol, yang panjang poffertjes, hasilnya apa? Dalam kategori apa? Dalam kategori high, middle, atau low? Hasil glycemic index for food, panjang poffertjes.
Produk poffertjes ini apakah glycemic indeksnya berada di kategori mana? Rendah, sedang, atau tinggi?
Ada di slide saya tadi.
Ya.
Oke.
Come over here.
Sebelumnya terima kasih dan
Jawabannya ialah rendah.
Okay.
Rendah.
Rendah.
Oh ya ya. Is that correct?
Correct.
Answer? Yeah, correct.
Exactly correct. Yes. Thank you.
So before we end this session, we would like to appreciate the material from the lecture from Ms. Sofiawati, and we would like to extend our appreciation with the certificate of appreciation. Please, the committee to present the certificate of appreciation.
Okay, thank you for my certificate. Thank you very much.
So that's all the final session of plenary lecture from Ms. Sofiawati Talibo. Thank you for your participation, and we move to the next session. Over to you, the MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Mrs. Sofiati Talibo, SKM MKS, and Mrs. Rahmala Bajo, SST MPH.
Ladies and gentlemen, next session for attendees, please break for pray and lunch until 1 p.m. and followed by parallel session for oral and poster presentation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo merupakan sebuah institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasional bidang kesehatan di bawah naungan Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia dan di bawah pembinaan langsung oleh Kementerian Pendidikan Kebudayaan Riset dan Teknologi.
Oke, alhamdulillah sesi pertama sudah selesai.
Kampus Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo berlokasi tepat di Kota Gorontalo, Jalan Taman Pendidikan nomor
Dan kita akan berkumpul kembali
5 jurusan tersebut yaitu jurusan keperawatan,
setelah selesai sesi
jurusan kebidanan,
penilaian poster ya,
jurusan
oral
gizi,
poster dan oral
jurusan
presentation.
farmasi, dan jurusan kesehatan lingkungan.
Oh, setengah
8
4
program
yang sudah
studi
selesai
yaitu program
presentasi
studi
kembali
sarjana
ke sini
terapan
kita akan mengikuti
keperawatan,
acara penutupan. Insya Allah mudah-mudahan jam itu
program
bisa
studi
selesai.
sarjana
Ada
terapan
tambahan dari Bu
kebidanan,
Nuryani.
Program studi sarjana terapan gizi. Program studi sarjana terapan sanitasi lingkungan. Diploma 3 keperawatan. Program studi Diploma 3 kebidanan. Dan program studi Diploma 3 farmasi. Visi Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo yaitu menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan terdepan dalam menghasilkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berkarakter di tahun 2045.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat, sehat negeriku, tumbuh Indonesiaku. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo memiliki visi menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan terdepan dalam menghasilkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berkarakter tahun 2045. Misi Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo yang pertama menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pembelajaran yang profesional. Yang kedua, menyelenggarakan penelitian kesehatan sesuai pedoman riset Kemenkes dan pengembangan keilmuan. Yang ketiga, menyelenggarakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat, bidang kesehatan berbasis pelayanan dan pembinaan wilayah, serta implementasi hasil-hasil riset. Yang keempat, mengembangkan kemitraan di dalam negeri dan luar negeri yang menunjang pelaksanaan kegiatan Tridharma. Dan yang kelima, menerapkan sistem tata pengembangan kelembagaan dan penerapan sistem penjaminan mutu yang berkelanjutan.
Sejalan visi dan misinya tersebut, Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo bertujuan menghasilkan tenaga vokasional kesehatan pada jenjang sarjana terapan dan diploma 3 yang diharapkan menjadi tenaga profesional yang unggul, berkarakter, kompeten, dan kompetitif di bidangnya, sehingga mampu melaksanakan peran dan fungsi sebagai tenaga kesehatan yang handal dan mumpuni. Jurusan Keperawatan mengemban tugas melaksanakan program pendidikan Diploma 3 Keperawatan untuk menghasilkan lulusan perawat profesional pemula yang diberi gelar ahli madya keperawatan dan melaksanakan program pendidikan Diploma 4 Keperawatan yang menghasilkan lulusan sarjana terapan di bidang keperawatan. Jurusan kebidanan berupaya menjadi jurusan yang unggul dalam menghasilkan tenaga kebidanan yang kompeten dan kompetitif. Jurusan kebidanan menyelenggarakan pendidikan kebidanan unggul dengan kurikulum mengacu pada standar nasional, dikti, dan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia, melaksanakan riset unggulan di bidang kebidanan sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Jurusan gizi bertujuan untuk menghasilkan tenaga gizi profesional. Dalam mewujudkannya, jurusan gizi menyelenggarakan pendidikan berbasis standar nasional pendidikan tinggi dan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia, melakukan peningkatan dan pengembangan sumber daya pangan lokal, mengembangkan manajemen pengelolaan dan penataan eliminasi stunting, mendukung penyelenggaraan pendidikan, dan melaksanakan penelitian terapan dengan mengembangkan pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang gizi. Jurusan Farmasi melakukan kegiatan pendidikan dan pengajaran melalui program Diploma 3 Farmasi dengan tujuan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan bidang farmasi yang mampu memberikan pelayanan bidang farmasi secara profesional. Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan menjalankan kegiatan pendidikan dan pengajaran yang bertujuan menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan yang handal, kompetitif, dan berkarakter di bidang sanitasi lingkungan. Kualifikasi tenaga pendidikan di Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo terdiri dari dosen tetap maupun dosen tidak tetap. Sebagian besar dosen di Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo merupakan tenaga pendidik dengan strata pendidikan pasca sarjana atau strata 2 dan sebagian lainnya dengan strata pendidikan doktoral atau S3. Tenaga dosen di Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo sebagian besar sudah memiliki sertifikasi pendidik, sehingga kompetensi dosen dalam melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi sudah tidak diragukan lagi keunggulannya. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo memiliki fasilitas yang representatif dalam menunjang proses pembelajaran, seperti ruang kuliah yang kondusif, adanya laboratorium yang lengkap dan terpadu yang diperuntukkan sebagai laboratorium keperawatan, laboratorium kebidanan, laboratorium gizi, laboratorium farmasi, laboratorium sanitasi lingkungan, dan laboratorium bahasa serta laboratorium informasi teknologi. Ini membuktikan bahwa Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo siap menjadi pendidikan tinggi vokasional kesehatan yang terdepan dan unggul dalam menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo akan terus berkarya dan senantiasa berusaha menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi kesehatan yang kompetitif, unggul, dan berkarakter. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo siap mencetak calon-calon tenaga kesehatan yang kompeten dan unggul, yaitu memiliki ilmu pengetahuan, sikap dan keterampilan yang bermutu sesuai perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Kami, Sivitas Akademika Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo, siap memberikan yang terbaik dalam melaksanakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. Ayo, satukan tekad dan wujudkan cita-cita. Mari bergabung bersama kami, Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo merupakan satu dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Sejarah berdirinya jurusan Gizi diawali dengan terbentuknya program studi Diploma 3 Gizi pada tahun 2003. Alhamdulillah pada tanggal 2 Agustus tahun 2007, jurusan Gizi berdiri secara resmi bersamaan dengan berdirinya Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ditandai dengan terbitnya Surat Keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 890. Jurusan Gizi terus mengembangkan diri, yang mana pada tahun 2018 keluar izin operasional program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik. Sehingga sejak tahun 2018, jurusan Gizi sudah memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi Diploma 3 Gizi dan program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik.
Visi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo adalah menjadi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi berkarakter, kompetitif, dan terdepan dalam bidang gizi pangan lokal di tingkat nasional tahun 2024. Untuk mencapai visi yang ditetapkan hingga tahun 2024, program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memiliki misi yang relevan, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian yang bermutu dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, profesional, dan berdaya saing secara nasional. Melaksanakan penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya pangan lokal yang terpublikasi nasional dan internasional. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang gizi yang tepat guna, berbasis hasil penelitian dengan berorientasi pada pemanfaatan pangan lokal.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Jurusan Gizi Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini terdiri dari 7 laboratorium, yaitu Laboratorium Penyuluhan dan Konsultasi Gizi, Laboratorium Penilaian Status Gizi, Laboratorium Ilmu Pangan, Laboratorium Uji Cita Rasa, Laboratorium Penyelenggaraan Makanan. Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Mikrobiologi,
Misi yang kedua, menyelenggarakan manajemen secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan pengelolaan manajemen sumber daya manusia, keuangan, sarana, dan prasarana secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan. Misi yang ketiga, meningkatkan dan mengembangkan kerjasama dengan mitra terkait dengan tujuan untuk menjalin kerjasama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat serta pendayagunaan lulusan. Selamat datang di Perpustakaan Terpadu Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memberikan layanan penelusuran koleksi berupa buku, e-book, jurnal terakreditasi, jurnal internasional, majalah dan surat kabar, prosiding serta karya tulis ilmiah yang tersedia dalam bentuk tercetak dan elektronik. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo dapat juga diakses di perpustakaan@poltekkesgorontalo.ac.id.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Multimedia Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini mempunyai 78 unit komputer yang digunakan sebagai proses pembelajaran mata kuliah aplikasi komputer dan CBT Center pada uji kompetensi.
Selamat datang di ruangan Himaju Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ruangan ini biasa kami gunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan seperti berdiskusi tentang penyusunan program kerja, rapat evaluasi program kerja yang sudah terjalankan, dan tempat bagi kami untuk membicarakan hambatan atau kendala apa saja yang terjadi selama menjalankan program kerja.
Mana?
Sana.
Kita siapa?
Itu loh, teman SMA aku yang sekelas. Dia kayaknya pernah ikut debat deh sama kamu.
Oh iya bener.
Samperin yuk.
Ayo.
Kita.
Hai. Kalian ngapain di sini?
Kita habis daftar di sini.
Oh iya.
Iya. Kamu ngapain di sini?
Aku mau daftar juga.
Oh iya.
Iya. Kalian daftar jurusan apa emang?
Kebetulan kita daftar jurusan gizi. Nah, di jurusan gizi itu mempunyai 2 program studi. Yang pertama Diploma 3 Gizi dan Sarjana Terapan Gizi.
Oh iya. Aku mau tahu dong, keunggulan dari prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi itu apa?
Mau tahu ya?
Iya.
Nah, sini aku perlihatkan. Di sini ada penjelasan dari Kak Prodinya sendiri.
Selamat datang di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik, jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Semua orang pasti mempunyai mimpi, tapi tidak semua orang bisa mewujudkan mimpinya. Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik adalah satu-satunya program studi vokasional gizi di Provinsi Gorontalo dengan level sarjana. Keunggulan dari prodi ini adalah manajemen stunting yang akan memberikan pengetahuan dan pengalaman yang luar biasa khususnya dalam pencegahan dan penanganan stunting. Contohnya, kaum milenial yang hidup di era digital akan diberikan pendidikan oleh dosen dan tenaga pendidik yang profesional tentunya, dan juga akan menikmati pengalaman yang luar biasa dalam praktikum laboratorium dan juga praktek magang di lapangan.
Bentar. Aku mau tahu dong, berapa lama sih kalau kita kuliah di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi itu?
Nah, untuk sarjana terapan gizi, masa studinya itu bisa dilihat di sini, dia 8 semester.
Oh, seperti itu ya. Nah, terus kalau nanti udah lulus, kita mau jadi apa?
Nah, dengar dulu, di sini udah ada penjelasannya. Oke, kita lihat ulang.
Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik memiliki visi menjadi program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik terdepan yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional dan berkarakter dalam manajemen stunting tahun 2024. Bisa dikatakan kuliah di sini itu sambil kuliah sekalian bisa ikut menangani stunting karena didampingi oleh tenaga pengajar yang profesional dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Prospek kedepannya sangat bergantung dari misi prodi ini, yaitu Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi yang dikemas dalam misi prodi. Yang pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pembelajaran secara profesional berbasis perkembangan teknologi pendidikan berkarakter dan bermutu di bidang gizi, khususnya dalam manajemen stunting. tentunya ditunjang oleh sistem pendidikan yang sesuai dengan level KKNI yang dikemas dalam kurikulum, dalam pembelajaran, dan juga tenaga pendidik profesional yang berkompeten di bidangnya. Misi kedua, mengembangkan penelitian terapan unggulan dan publikasinya di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Penelitian selalu dilakukan oleh dosen sebagai bagian dari Tridharma. Hasil dari penelitian dipublikasikan dalam bentuk jurnal, baik di jurnal nasional, internasional, selain itu juga ada dalam bentuk buku dan juga hak cipta. Yang ini sesuai dengan misi ketiga, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berbasis hasil penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Contohnya, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berupa edukasi dan intervensi gizi, serta pendampingan pembuatan modifikasi pangan dari hasil penelitian. Selain itu, misi keempat dari prodi ini yaitu melakukan jalinan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan Tridharma dalam rangka meningkatkan mutu dan daya serap lulusan sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik. Kerjasama juga kami lakukan beberapa di antaranya dengan Poltekkes, pemerintah daerah, rumah sakit, hotel, industri, dan juga instansi pemerintah, serta instansi-instansi lain yang berkaitan dengan prodi kami.
Oh, bagus ya. Emang fasilitas yang ada di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi itu ada apa saja sih?
Nah, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. Di sini fasilitasnya sudah memadai. Coba lihat.
Sarana prasarana yang kami miliki antara lain adalah tempat pembelajaran berupa kelas. Kelas yang kami miliki ada beberapa dan bisa menampung hingga 40 mahasiswa dalam satu kelas. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki laboratorium, di antaranya adalah laboratorium penyelenggaraan makanan, Kemudian di laboratorium terpadu kami juga memiliki laboratorium pangan, yaitu laboratorium multisensori, laboratorium pengolahan pangan, laboratorium PSG, laboratorium PKG, dan juga laboratorium tumbuh kembang anak. Selain laboratorium, kami juga memiliki perpustakaan yang sudah online dengan nasional dan juga memiliki laboratorium komputer berbasis CBT atau komputer desk. Untuk mendukung pembelajaran digital, kami menyediakan akses internet yang cukup untuk mahasiswa dan juga beberapa aplikasi yang mendukung pembelajaran berbasis digital. Di antaranya LMS, website. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki learning management system yang terintegrasi dengan sistem pembelajaran di tempat kami. Untuk mendukung ekstrakurikuler mahasiswa, kami juga memiliki beberapa lapangan olahraga dan juga auditorium untuk pertunjukan seni dan juga kegiatan lainnya.
mahasiswa jurusan gizi untuk mencegah stunting dan obesitas.
Hidup maju gizi.
Selain itu, kami juga memiliki fasilitas parkir yang cukup dan luas. Kemudian untuk sarana peribadatan, kami juga menyediakan masjid di dalam kampus.
Wah, keren ya. Ya udah, aku mau gabung bareng kalian aja.
Udah, ayo.
Bentar-bentar, kalian nggak sibuk kan?
Enggak
kok. Yuk, yuk.
Mari bergabung bersama kami program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetika
Profesional berkarakter dalam manajemen stunting.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo merupakan sebuah institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasional bidang kesehatan di bawah naungan Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia dan di bawah pembinaan langsung oleh Kementerian Pendidikan Kebudayaan Riset dan Teknologi. Kampus Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo berlokasi tepat di Kota Gorontalo, Jalan Taman Pendidikan nomor 36, Kelurahan Moodu, Kecamatan Kota Timur, Kota Gorontalo. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo saat ini terdiri dari 5 jurusan dan 8 program studi. 5 jurusan tersebut yaitu jurusan keperawatan, jurusan kebidanan, jurusan gizi, jurusan farmasi, dan jurusan kesehatan lingkungan. 8 program studi yaitu program studi Sarjana Terapan Keperawatan, program studi Sarjana Terapan Kebidanan, program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi, program studi Sarjana Terapan Sanitasi Lingkungan, program studi Diploma 3 Keperawatan, program studi Diploma 3 Kebidanan, dan program studi Diploma 3 Farmasi. Visi Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo yaitu menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan terdepan dalam menghasilkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berkarakter di tahun 2045.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat, sehat negeriku, tumbuh Indonesiaku. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo memiliki visi menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan terdepan dalam menghasilkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berkarakter tahun 2045. Misi Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo yang pertama menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pembelajaran yang profesional. Yang kedua, menyelenggarakan penelitian kesehatan sesuai pedoman riset Kemenkes dan pengembangan keilmuan. Yang ketiga, menyelenggarakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat, bidang kesehatan berbasis pelayanan dan pembinaan wilayah, serta implementasi hasil-hasil riset. Yang keempat, mengembangkan kemitraan di dalam negeri dan luar negeri yang menunjang pelaksanaan kegiatan Tridharma. Dan yang kelima, menerapkan sistem tata pamong yang baik atau good governance, pengembangan kelembagaan, dan penerapan sistem penjaminan mutu yang berkelanjutan.
Sejalan visi dan misinya tersebut, Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo bertujuan menghasilkan tenaga vokasional kesehatan pada jenjang sarjana terapan dan diploma 3 yang diharapkan menjadi tenaga profesional yang unggul, berkarakter, kompeten, dan kompetitif di bidangnya, sehingga mampu melaksanakan peran dan fungsi sebagai tenaga kesehatan yang handal dan mumpuni. Jurusan Keperawatan mengemban tugas melaksanakan program pendidikan Diploma 3 Keperawatan untuk menghasilkan lulusan perawat profesional pemula yang diberi gelar ahli madya keperawatan dan melaksanakan program pendidikan Diploma 4 Keperawatan yang menghasilkan lulusan sarjana terapan di bidang keperawatan. Jurusan kebidanan berupaya menjadi jurusan yang unggul dalam menghasilkan tenaga kebidanan yang kompeten dan kompetitif. Jurusan kebidanan menyelenggarakan pendidikan kebidanan unggul dengan kurikulum mengacu pada standar nasional, dikti, dan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia. Melaksanakan riset unggulan di bidang kebidanan sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Jurusan gizi bertujuan untuk menghasilkan tenaga gizi profesional. Dalam mewujudkannya, jurusan gizi menyelenggarakan pendidikan berbasis standar nasional pendidikan tinggi dan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia, melakukan peningkatan dan pengembangan sumber daya pangan lokal, mengembangkan manajemen pengelolaan dan penataan eliminasi stunting, mendukung penyelenggaraan pendidikan, dan melaksanakan penelitian terapan dengan mengembangkan pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang gizi. Jurusan farmasi melakukan kegiatan pendidikan dan pengajaran melalui program Diploma 3 Farmasi dengan tujuan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan bidang farmasi yang mampu memberikan pelayanan bidang farmasi secara profesional. Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan menjalankan kegiatan pendidikan dan pengajaran yang bertujuan menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan yang handal, kompetitif, dan berkarakter di bidang sanitasi lingkungan. Kualifikasi tenaga pendidikan di Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo terdiri dari dosen tetap maupun dosen tidak tetap. Sebagian besar dosen di Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo merupakan tenaga pendidik dengan strata pendidikan pasca sarjana atau strata 2 dan sebagian lainnya dengan strata pendidikan doktoral atau S3. Tenaga dosen di Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo sebagian besar sudah memiliki sertifikasi pendidik, sehingga kompetensi dosen dalam melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi sudah tidak diragukan lagi keunggulannya. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo memiliki fasilitas yang representatif dalam menunjang proses pembelajaran, seperti ruang kuliah yang kondusif, adanya laboratorium yang lengkap dan terpadu yang diperuntukkan sebagai laboratorium keperawatan, laboratorium kebidanan, laboratorium gizi, laboratorium farmasi, laboratorium sanitasi lingkungan, dan laboratorium bahasa serta laboratorium informasi teknologi. Ini membuktikan bahwa Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo siap menjadi pendidikan tinggi vokasional kesehatan yang terdepan dan unggul dalam menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo akan terus berkarya dan senantiasa berusaha menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi kesehatan yang kompetitif, unggul, dan berkarakter. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo siap mencetak calon-calon tenaga kesehatan yang kompeten dan unggul, yaitu memiliki ilmu pengetahuan, sikap dan keterampilan yang bermutu sesuai perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Kami, Sivitas Akademika Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo, siap memberikan yang terbaik dalam melaksanakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. Ayo, satukan tekad dan wujudkan cita-cita. Mari bergabung bersama kami, Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Gorontalo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo merupakan satu dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Sejarah berdirinya jurusan Gizi diawali dengan terbentuknya program studi Diploma 3 Gizi pada tahun 2003. Alhamdulillah pada tanggal 2 Agustus tahun 2007, jurusan Gizi berdiri secara resmi bersamaan dengan berdirinya Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo, ditandai dengan terbitnya Surat Keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 890. Jurusan Gizi terus mengembangkan diri, yang mana pada tahun 2018 keluar izin operasional program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik. Sehingga sejak tahun 2018 jurusan gizi sudah memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi Diploma 3 Gizi dan program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik.
Visi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo adalah menjadi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi berkarakter, kompetitif, dan terdepan dalam bidang gizi pangan lokal di tingkat nasional tahun 2024. Untuk mencapai visi yang ditetapkan hingga tahun 2024, program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memiliki misi yang relevan, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian yang bermutu dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, profesional, dan berdaya saing secara nasional. Melaksanakan penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya pangan lokal yang terpublikasi nasional dan internasional. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang gizi yang tepat guna, berbasis hasil penelitian dengan berorientasi pada pemanfaatan pangan lokal.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Jurusan Gizi Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini terdiri dari 7 laboratorium, yaitu Laboratorium Penyuluhan dan Konsultasi Gizi, Laboratorium Penilaian Status Gizi, Laboratorium Ilmu Pangan, Laboratorium Uji Cita Rasa, Laboratorium Penyelenggaraan Makanan. Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Mikrobiologi,
Misi yang kedua, menyelenggarakan manajemen secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan pengelolaan manajemen sumber daya manusia, keuangan, sarana, dan prasarana secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan. Misi yang ketiga, meningkatkan dan mengembangkan kerjasama dengan mitra terkait dengan tujuan untuk menjalin kerjasama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat, serta pendayagunaan lulusan. Selamat datang di Perpustakaan Terpadu Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memberikan layanan penelusuran koleksi berupa buku, e-book, jurnal terakreditasi, jurnal internasional, majalah dan surat kabar, proceeding serta karya tulis ilmiah yang tersedia dalam bentuk tercetak dan elektronik. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo dapat juga diakses di perpustakaan@poltekkesgorontalo.ac.id.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Multimedia Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini mempunyai 78 unit komputer yang digunakan sebagai proses pembelajaran mata kuliah aplikasi komputer dan CBT Center pada uji kompetensi.
Selamat datang di ruangan Himaju Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ruangan ini biasa kami gunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan seperti berdiskusi tentang penyusunan program kerja, rapat evaluasi program kerja yang sudah terjalankan, dan tempat bagi kami untuk membicarakan hambatan atau kendala apa saja yang terjadi selama menjalankan program kerja.
Siapa?
Itu loh, teman SMA aku, yang sekelas. Dia kayaknya pernah ikut debat deh sama kamu.
Oh iya bener.
Samperin yuk.
Ayo.
Kita. Hai.
Kalian ngapain di sini?
Kita habis daftar di sini.
Oh iya.
Iya. Kamu ngapain di sini?
Aku mau daftar juga.
Oh iya.
Iya. Kalian daftar jurusan apa emang?
Kebetulan kita daftar jurusan gizi. Nah, di jurusan gizi itu mempunyai 2 program studi. Yang pertama Diploma 3 Gizi dan Sarjana Terapan Gizi.
Oh iya. Aku mau tahu dong, keunggulan dari prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi itu apa?
Mau tahu ya?
Iya.
Nah, sini aku perlihatkan. Sini ada penjelasan dari Kak prodinya sendiri.
Selamat datang di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik, jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Semua orang pasti mempunyai mimpi, tapi tidak semua orang bisa mewujudkan mimpinya. Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik adalah satu-satunya program studi vokasional gizi di Provinsi Gorontalo dengan level sarjana. Keunggulan dari prodi ini adalah manajemen stunting yang akan memberikan pengetahuan dan pengalaman yang luar biasa khususnya dalam pencegahan dan penanganan stunting. Contohnya, kaum milenial yang hidup di era digital akan diberikan pendidikan oleh dosen dan tenaga pendidik yang profesional tentunya, dan juga akan menikmati pengalaman yang luar biasa dalam praktikum laboratorium dan juga praktek magang di lapangan.
Bentar. Aku mau tahu dong, berapa lama sih kalau kita kuliah di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi itu?
Nah, untuk sarjana terapan gizi, masa studinya itu bisa dilihat di sini, dia 8 semester.
Oh, seperti itu ya. Nah, terus kalau nanti udah lulus, kita mau jadi apa?
Nah, dengar dulu, di sini udah ada penjelasannya. Oke, kita lihat ulang.
Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik memiliki visi menjadi program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik terdepan yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional dan berkarakter dalam manajemen stunting tahun 2024. Bisa dikatakan kuliah di sini itu sambil kuliah sekalian bisa ikut menangani stunting karena didampingi oleh tenaga pengajar yang profesional dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Prospek kedepannya sangat bergantung dari misi prodi ini, yaitu Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi yang dikemas dalam misi prodi. Yang pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pembelajaran secara profesional berbasis perkembangan teknologi pendidikan berkarakter dan bermutu di bidang gizi khususnya dalam manajemen stunting. Ditunjang oleh sistem pendidikan yang sesuai dengan level KKNI yang dikemas dalam kurikulum, dalam pembelajaran, dan juga tenaga pendidik profesional yang berkompeten di bidangnya. Misi kedua, mengembangkan penelitian terapan unggulan dan publikasinya di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Penelitian selalu dilakukan oleh dosen sebagai bagian dari Tridharma. Hasil dari penelitian dipublikasikan dalam bentuk jurnal, baik di jurnal nasional, internasional, selain itu juga ada dalam bentuk buku dan juga hak cipta. Yang ini sesuai dengan misi ketiga, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berbasis hasil penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Contohnya, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berupa edukasi dan intervensi gizi, serta pendampingan pembuatan modifikasi pangan dari hasil penelitian. Selain itu, misi keempat dari prodi ini yaitu melakukan jalinan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan Tridharma dalam rangka meningkatkan mutu dan daya serap lulusan sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik. Kerjasama juga kami lakukan beberapa di antaranya dengan Poltekkes, pemerintah daerah, rumah sakit, hotel, industri, dan juga instansi pemerintah, serta instansi-instansi lain yang berkaitan dengan prodi kami.
Oh, bagus ya. Emang fasilitas yang ada di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi itu ada apa saja sih?
Nah, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. Di sini fasilitasnya sudah memadai. Coba lihat.
Sarana-prasarana yang kami miliki antara lain adalah tempat pembelajaran berupa kelas. Kelas yang kami miliki ada beberapa dan bisa menampung hingga 40 mahasiswa dalam satu kelas. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki laboratorium, di antaranya adalah laboratorium penyelenggaraan makanan, Kemudian di laboratorium terpadu kami juga memiliki laboratorium pangan, yaitu laboratorium multisensori, laboratorium pengolahan pangan, laboratorium PSG, laboratorium BKG, dan juga laboratorium tumbuh kembang anak.
International Conference, Health and Nutrition. Now we are continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is parallel session for oral and poster presentation.
For parallel session will be shared in some rooms. Please see group of oral and poster in WhatsApp to know about session location. And participant free to join any room. And this session will be divided by 4 rooms. Room 1 will be for oral presentation, while room 2, 3, and room 4 are for poster presentation. Adjudicator and moderators are consisted of
Room 1, Adjudicator Yisrafil S. Farm M. Biomed, and Moderator Siti Yandeliza Ibrahim.
Room 2, Adjudicator Yade Kurnia Yasin SGZ MGG, Moderator Nurhab Saryani Kunusa.
Room 3, Adjudicator Mutia Reski Amalia SGZ MKes, and Moderator Nurhalisa Uno.
Room 4, Adjudicator Novian Swasono, Moderator Nisa Rahmadani Ayadi.
All audience free to join breakout rooms. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Welcome back to the second International Conference, Health and Nutrition 2023.
We would like to inform you that the oral presentation competition in room 1 and poster in room 2, 3, and 4 have been completed.
In the two fields of competition that were participated in, the participants had provided their best work, which was extraordinarily good.
We would like to thank all participants who take part in the oral and poster presentation competition.
Our deepest appreciation to all parties who registered their work at the second International Conference, Health and Nutrition this time. But of course, the committee can only choose the 3 best winners who will get prizes.
These are the names of the winner of the competition.
Winner of Best Oral Presentation Competition. The third winner is Mrs. Rahma Dewi Agustini. The title is Entrepreneurship Development Group Program Unit-Based Entrepreneurship Service. The second winner is Astrid Ecclesia Saputri with the title is Outcome Analysis of Drugs Used in Therapy of Patients with Heart Failure Associated Comorbidities in Gorontalo Hospital. And the first winner is Lauren Mareta with the title Global Research of Parkinson's Disease, a Bibliometric Analysis on Trends, Characteristics, and Impact.
Winner of Best Poster Presentation. The third winner is Nurain Jafar. We title the relation of body mass index BMI with cholesterol level in students. The second winner is Siti Diva Nabil Abdullah. We title Extension Date, Activity and Present Rate, Level and Sweet Corn Email with the addition of ginger extract. The first winner is Fauzia El Iman. Title the oversight of hygiene and sanitation of snack.
Okay, now we come to the winner of Best Paper Competition. The third winner is Mrs. Ayu Bulan Febri Kurnia Dewi with the title Development of Poltekkes Entrepreneurship by Empowering Students Unit through Product, Making Training and Assistance in Smoked Fish Processing Business as Gorontalo's Local Food. The second winner is Adi Sucipto with the title Education about Health Screening to Prevent the Double Burden of Malnutrition in Early Childhood Educational Institutions. And the first winner is Desti Evira Puspaning Tias with the title Color and Texture Analysis of Growell Cookies in the Development of Snacks for Diabetes.
Next, we inform you that the committee will contact the winner who have been mentioned.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again we congratulate the name winners. Our message is don't be proud and complacent. Remain humble and continue to develop your talents and achieve the highest achievements in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are continuing to the next agenda, that is closing ceremony.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome again to second International Conference Health and Nutrition 2023. The Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health of Gorontalo, Mr. Muhammad Anas Anasiru, SKM MKes.
The Honorable Vice Director of Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health of Gorontalo.
The Honorable Professor Suimol Sapwarobol, DR PhD from Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand.
The Honorable Paramita Banerjee, BSc, MSc, PhD from ICHN, National Institute of Nutrition, India.
The Honorable Dr. Ramanpreet from Umeå University, Sweden.
The Honorable Dr. Anang Samudrotolua, MPPM from Health Department of Gorontalo Province, Indonesia.
The Honorable Sofiawati De Talibo, SKM MKes from Nutrition Major of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic.
The Honorable the Academic Community of Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health of Gorontalo. And my honorable all participants of international conference today.
It's very nice to see all of you once again, and we hope you have been enjoying yourself at the conference so far. We are very honored to have with us here this afternoon.
Distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together.
And this event about to come to the very end. I hope you found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the closing ceremony, let us start this by praying first. The is going to be delivered by Siti and Elijah Ibrahim. To Siti and Elijah Ibrahim, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me to read prayers in an Islamic way. For followers of other religions are welcome to pray silently according to their respective religions and beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yabhilil jalali wajikal karimi wa adimi sultanik. O Allah, O our Lord, we give thanks for your grace and favor, because you are the one in order that we can be here. O Allah, make this second international conference, Health and Nutrition, with the theme Integrating Health Strategies for Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Management, as a knowledge assembly that will be useful for all of us now and in the future. Make this knowledge useful for us to surround us, society, and the country. O Allah, O Rabbana, this international conference is to obtain your ridla, so give us guidance, teaching, and instruction to carry it to completion. Thank you for your help, so that this event can run smoothly and run well. O Allah, let all of us who are present here as obedient people, beneficial people, people who continue to devote knowledge in your path. O Allah, a most forgiver, forgive our sins, the sins of our parents, the sins of our teachers, and the sins of our predecessors. Please and help us to be trustworthy successors who can have a good impact on this country. O Allah, only to you we plead. May you always be with us every step forward. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Siti Indalija Ibrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let us listen to the closing speech from Vice Director Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health of Gorontalo. We would like to invite Mr. Salman Mkes to deliver a speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. As the Vice Director of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, it is both an honor and privilege to stand before you to deliver the closing speech for this international conference with the theme Integrating Health Strategies for Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Management. Over the past two days, we have gathered here the ends in fruitful discussion, exchanged valuable insight, and collaborated in our shared mission to combat the rising challenge of non-communicable disease. The importance of this conference cannot be overstated, as it has provided a platform for experts, scholars, and practitioners from various corners of the globe to come together and explore innovative strategy, share experience, and chart a course toward a healthier NCD resilient future. Our theme, Integrating Health Strategies for Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Management, encapsulates the very essence of the challenge we face and the solution we seek. The burden on NCDs continues to grow, affecting individual, families, and community, and placing a heavy strain on healthcare system worldwide. However, it is in forum like this where diverse perspective and collective knowledge converge that we find the potential for groundbreaking solution. Through this conference, we have seen remarkable presentation, engaged in thought-provoking discussion, and witness the passion that drive each of us to be catalysis for change. We have learned about the latest research finding, innovative intervention, and best practice, and it is our collective duty to translate this knowledge into action. As we conclude this conference, I would like to highlight some key takeaway from our discussion. 1. Interdisciplinary collaboration. 2. Health education and promotion. 3. Data and technology. 4. Policy and advocacy. 5. Community engagement. 6. Research and innovation. As we leave this conference, let us remember that the real work begins now. The knowledge and insight we have gained must be translated into tangible action. Each one of us in our respective role has a part to play in the fight against NCDs. Let us be the change maker, the torchbearer of innovation, and the advocate for healthier society. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, presenters, participants, and our organizing team for their tireless effort in making this conference a resounding success. Together, we have taken a step toward a healthier and more resilient world. In closing, I challenge each of you to take the knowledge and inspiration gained here and turn into action. Our commitment to this cause is a testament to our dedication to humanity well-being. Let us remember that a world free from the burden of NCD is not just an aspiration, it is shared responsibility. Thank you, and may we all continue to work together in our pursuit of a healthier, NCD-free world, safe travel, and until we meet again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech.
Finally, let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future. Thank you very much and see you in 3rd International Conference Health and Nutrition 2024. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, dilanjutkan dengan foto bersama.